All right, whoops. Welcome, thanks for being here, and we'll begin by saluting the flag.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, so I'd like to ask our CAOs if there's any modifications to the agenda.
Good morning, Chair Bass. There are 3 modifications to the agenda. Items D2, D3, and D4 will be pulled for discussion.
All right, thank you. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar minus those items?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, and for those of you who might be watching at home, remember if you do want to speak on any items to call in, press star 9 to raise your hand. Turn the volume off on your video feed because there's a time delay and it does confuse people and they sometimes miss their opportunity to speak. With that, we will go on to the consent calendar, which we have a motion and a second. Any supervisors have anything they wanted to say before we go to public comment on this? All right, so I will go to public comment, and just a reminder, if you are here for the items regarding the resolution recognizing Judge Wilson, or a retirement resolution, or a letter of appreciation for Michael Miller, this is not when you want to speak. This is for everything else that's on the consent calendar. So I just want people to know that if you're there for any of those items, this isn't the time that you want to talk. So with that, Nikki, do we have anybody online? I don't have my computer up all the way yet.
Madam Chair, we do. Caller 7454.
All right, 7454. Press star 6 to unmute and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, Virginia. Just so you know, the meeting wasn't coming through on the phone, so people may not be able to participate through phone, but maybe it just came on my other phone. So thank you for my opportunity to speak on your consent items. Understanding, and since I was watching TV, to get you pulled number 4, so I may speak on that later. Important things on here today, I think, on consent, we're certifying our election. It's always important to acknowledge just the process and how it runs out, how efficiently and effectively it seems to run in Humboldt County. And I don't have concerns as far as any kind of monkey business or anything going on. So it's nice to have an election department we can trust. We have something on item 17. I think the Sheriff's Department has a cost of some raises going on of $162,228. And I always support people being paid, appropriately. Some of these raises were quite significant. Hope that will enable us to maintain and keep our Sheriff's Department and Corrections Facility functioning. Unfortunately, in communication with the powers that be there, we still have a lot of vacancies, and we're going to need to work as a group here in Humboldt County to make it more appealing somehow and get some carrots out there so we can hire and maintain our first responders, and specifically the sheriff on this one. It was one of the topics I think I had here. There's item 16, something about our IT department. My understanding is we're having some problems there, and we need to fix our IT department. I don't know if that has to do with some of the glitches we have here, but some other things in the past, and hopefully there'll be some managerial changes or something in that department to try and make that gel. Without a fully functioning IT department, we have problems with a lot of glitches and things. So anyway, hope that all gets straightened out. Look forward to the rest of the meeting, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on these consent items.
All right, thank you. Nikki, are there any other hands up?
No, Madam Chair, no other hands.
Thank you. So we'll go to those in the public. Anyone that's with us here want to comment on any of the items on the consent calendar, minus the ones that are being pulled? Yes, Steve. All right, welcome. And when you come up, just a reminder to people, it's a strict 3 minutes, and you don't have to take 3 minutes, but at 3 minutes, the timer goes off, and so does the microphone. And if you can let us know which items you're speaking on, that'd be great. So welcome, Steve.
Good morning, Chair Virginia Bass, Vice Chair Steve Madrone, Supervisor Mike Wilson, Supervisor Rex Bohn, and Supervisor Michelle Bushnell. I am glad to have extra guidance timing to speak on item 13, the Department of Health and Human Services Administration extension of extra help hours past the 960-hour limit. I am hoping, in solidarity with our new mayor, Karen Bass, for Los Angeles area, that we will consider how close we are to a state of emergency. Recent attempts to call into the Mad River Community Hospital, I could not get through.
Steve, that
There's a
doesn't really-
flu breakout,
Steve, hold on, Steve.
and there's a
Steve.
COVID breakout in the Bay
Steve,
Area.
that really isn't revolving around item 13. That might be under general public comment. Can you try to keep your comments to the items on the consent calendar?
Well, I'm just complimenting, we've got names, we've got opportunities to make sure the public in our Humboldt County has some of the best people that I'm hoping will also consider backup cases when our best doctors and nurses and
Steve,
administrators
sorry, the county
are coming down
Steve,
with
I'm
the
now hearing from
COVID,
county council
and we
that
have a
you're going
backup
little
plan.
far. Okay, thanks.
So-
Steve, thank you.
God bless America and everyone.
great.
Thank you so much for your best consideration to the person lounging on the sidewalk, to every one of you and your families. Happy holidays. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Steve. Just a reminder to people, we try to have you on the item that you're speaking on. And if you wander too far off topic, that's when I might get involved and ask you to stay on topic. Sometimes it works, and sometimes it doesn't. So anyone in the audience care to comment on the consent calendar? All right, we will go back to the board, and we do have a motion and a second. Any conversation? All right, Nikki, can we have a roll call vote on this, since I haven't gotten my computer up yet?
No problem. Okay, Supervisor Bass,
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone,
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson,
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell,
Yes.
and Supervisor Bohn.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
All right, so now we will move to public comment on, public comment on items not on the agenda. This is the time where if you wish to speak on something that's not on the agenda, it would be the appropriate time. We will go to those on the phone first, and you do have a strict 3 minutes. Nikki, can you tell me, I suspect there's some hands up?
Yes, there is. I'm sorry, caller 7454.
All right, 7454, press star 6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes on general public comment.
Thank you. I would like to comment on shout out appreciation to our local medias, both Lost Coast and specifically Red-Headed Black Belt. They both, now apparently Lost Coast is having your agendas out there in advance of the meeting so people can see what's on there. And that's greatly appreciated. I think transparency is great and appreciate any of these doing it. But I did especially Red-Headed Black Belt. And my name's Kent Sawatsky, and my phone number is 707-668-5288. There was an article done there on commenting on your meeting with an agenda and goes into detail and actually has documents out there. So I think we have Ryan 2.0. We have Ryan Hudson, who did this particular article for Redheaded. He seems to write very well, and he did provide supporting documents and very important things that the public should see. So I did want to, at this time, do a shout out to our media for bringing these things forward and encourage them to have these articles on an ongoing basis coming out in a timely manner like they both had prior to the meeting so people can participate, explain how to participate. Didn't explain how to stay on point, but maybe that's a separate topic. So I did want to do that shout out for that. There are a few other things, but I'm going to go ahead and cut myself off at this time. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you. And we do have 0326. Press star 6 to unmute. Welcome.
Hi, this is Charles Wilson. I assume we're still in the public comment section. Anyway, for 30 years I was what Billy Clinton calls a bean counter. and I was aware of all the political distortions there. Your board often gets involved in these political games. Sex and gender are two of the political terms which are often used interchangeably despite having different meanings. Sex is categorized as male or female. Gender identity is not confined to this two combinations there and can change with time, and it has been changing constantly. After hearing current LBGDTZ alphabet variations, and I'm supposed to keep track of it otherwise I'm offending somebody, I tried finding a definition. I heard rumors of the California schools promoting 17 classifications, so I looked on the internet and I found 50 and 100 different definitions. Politics is indeed changing with time. Back in 1963, airplane flights started to Tahiti. My friends were amazed by the unisex bathrooms. My wife recently went into a bathroom where a man dressed as a woman was polishing his nails. He stayed there after she left. She complained to the manager that some woman might get raped, but got only, "I can't do anything about it." My wife saw a pretty young girl in the spa wearing a mask, which she thought strange. Later, she saw her in the shower still wearing the mask, apparently still afraid of COVID. Now that gender is fluctuating so much, I teased her that I could say that I was a woman and I could check it all out myself. But anyway, I don't think that just because somebody announces their sexual preferences and wants you to applaud them does not mean that I have to tell them my preferences and I have to give them preferences in other ways just because they come out and say, I am whatever this LGBTQ business is. And to me, it's not a matter that is supposed to be given preference there. Anyway, thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Charles. And I do not see any other hands. Anyone in the audience who'd like to speak on general public comment at this time? Please come forward, and if you are interested, please just stand by the side. Yes, please, Steve, you can start. Anyone else who's interested on commenting in this section, you can get up and just stand at the side of the room because it'll move more quickly. Welcome, Steve.
It was a beautiful day in Humboldt County last Friday. I enjoyed stopping by Stitches and Britches, purchasing more quality masks so that I'm prepared if there's a requirement to wear a mask. It was a beautiful day in Arcata where I was at Eco Groovy and I found $10 a piece TV, beautiful wood side tables, and it was wonderful to have my gas pumped at the 76 using my California $350. I then went to Target, bought some things, and then went to Ocean Wave Quilts, beautiful fabrics, and truly, some of Humboldt County's treasures are women and men who are putting together beautiful handcrafted things for us to enjoy. I was then on my way to Chipotle, the healthy, wonderful fast food near In-N-Out Burger and what have you. And I glanced to my right, and there was a senior-like gentleman lounging on the sidewalk right in front of the Eureka Co-op fabulous mural. And I did not have a first responder emergency bag to stop and make sure this gentleman had basic necessities. Ever since then, I have attempted to change my habits myself, and I have brought a bag hoping to fill with Johnson & Johnson head to toe shampoo, if there's a toothbrush and toothpaste and floss and some sort of baby wipes or use every natural remedy in prevention and be there for each other, whoever is within our borders, challenging the rest of our fellow Californians to do more for their counties and hometowns. And thank you very much for every consideration for warm, dry places and spaces for people to get to,
thank you.
especially during the inclement weather.
Thank you, Steve. And
Thank you
for
so much,
Yeah.
Supervisors.
All right. Sorry, and we're sorry about the technical difficulties. Does look
That's
like we are
okay.
back on.
And
You can. We're good, Steve.
if I
Thank you.
must exit to take care of family business,
It's fine. You may go, please.
till
Yeah.
we meet again.
All right. Thank you. All right. So, is there anyone else in the audience who wanted to comment on general public comment? All right. Seeing none, we're going to go on with our business. The time set at 9:15 will be a little bit later because we would like to finish with the consent calendar that we have pulled. So the first item is pulled by Supervisor Bohn. I'll hand this over to you.
Well, it's a tough act to follow. Let me gear up here. No, this is a resolution recognizing teen court from the Boys and Girls Club, and also my good friend Judge Christopher Wilson, who I've known since he was a pup. Long time. Grew up in the same neighborhood. Resolution of the Board of Supervisors. Whereas the Boys and Girls Club Teen Court Program began in 2001 to serve the youth of Humboldt. Whereas Humboldt County is credited with having the first youth court program in the state of California, with a successful model established in 1987 until the early 1990s with a solely volunteer-run program. And whereas Judge Christopher Wilson is not only an original founder of the Boys and Girls Club Teen Court Program, but has also served continuously for all 22 years. Whereas Judge Christopher Wilson advocated for the Boys and Girls Club Teen Court to be staffed by paid employees rather than volunteer-based model of the previous program. This lobbying led to the sustained longevity of the program and is one of the reasons why the Boys and Girls Club Teen Court has been continuously operating for over 22 years now. Whereas since March 29, 2001, 599 first-time juvenile offenders have successfully completed their teen court cases, and of this number, the overall recidivism rate for the program since the inception is 8.8%, which translates basically into a 91% success rate. Whereas Judge Christopher Wilson has served as supervising mentor judge for teen court in Humboldt County and has provided thoughtful leadership and unwavering dedication to the teen court mission, where he always provides reflection, time on pressing issues that teens are facing today. And whereas Judge Christopher Wilson has helped youth better understand the juvenile justice system and their rights and responsibilities within it, fostered civic engagement among teenagers, as teen court serves as a critical vehicle to model and reinforce the important work of jury service among the young people who will one day form the jury pool of our county. Now, therefore, it resolved that the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors hereby commends and recognizes Judge Christopher Wilson for serving as founder, mentor, and most importantly, friend to countless Humboldt County youth and touching the lives of so many who truly need it. I pass this resolution.
You pass it. Well,
All by myself.
okay. Well, there's a recommendation that will. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can move. You want to take it to him now?
Yeah,
Okay, please do.
it'd be nice.
You might want to come up. Yes, you may. Please. Wait, I said you shall. We're not going to let you stay out there.
He's still sitting, soon to retire, so be nice to him.
Hey, I know the feeling.
No, I am. There's also one here for the Boys and Girls Club.
Well, whoever wishes to. You can, yeah, sure. And don't start speaking quite yet. We'll be. All right. Would you like to say something? Or the group is going to speak first, it looks like, a couple of speakers.
Yes, thank you. My name's Sasha Marini, and I'm the director of the Boys and Girls Club Teen Court program. I've been with the program for 15 years and as director for 12 years. It's such an honor to recognize all of the contributions of Honorable Judge Christopher Wilson. I want to acknowledge, as it was said in the resolution, that not only is Judge Wilson a founding principal agent of the Boys and Girls Club Teen Court program, but that program has been successful for over 22 years. Each one of those pieces is an accomplishment in and of itself, but additionally, Judge Wilson has remained involved, uplifting our program for over 22 years. So that truly is an accomplishment, and we deeply appreciate and recognize all of the contributions that Judge Wilson has brought to our program. In the words of one of our teen members, quote, "I did teen court for 3 years, and Judge Wilson was a great mentor. He was always very articulate with his responses and gave sincere feedback. He created a safe place for local youth to feel empowered and want to strive for success. If it hadn't been for this program, I'm sure my life would be very different." So thank you very much for this.
Great. And I'm counting, if anyone's wondering, you guys are part of the presentation, so that's why there's no timer going on.
Oh, okay.
So, right. Welcome.
My name is Ethan Lo Cicero. I'm a sophomore at Alder Grove Charter, and over the past year or so, I've had the absolute pleasure of working with Judge Wilson in restorative justice in the community and just helping to move processes along, and he has been such a great help and mentor to me, especially, and that's why when an opportunity came along to draft a resolution to recognize him, I jumped on it, and I've just really enjoyed drafting it, and I've learned much more about him than I probably ever would have if I just got to know him otherwise. And with that, I'll end.
Thank you, Ethan. And Judge Wilson, would you like to say a few words?
Well, thank you. One of my proudest accomplishments of 24 years on the bench is keeping a promise that I made 21 years ago. I said 21 years ago that I wanted a sustainable teen court program, and I told them that I would be there every step of the way, and I have. And so that's one of my proudest accomplishments. Sustainability would not have been available to us without the support and the good hard work of Humboldt County's Boys and Girls Club. Boys and Girls Club is like the air that the kids breathe and the water that you provide them and the infrastructure. It's just as important as all those other things because they provide an enrichment program that is far beyond sending your kids to school. And it's been an honor for me for the last 21 years to be a part of that and to be a very small piece of the journey of all these incredible kids. I do a lot of very difficult stuff up there on the second floor. And so it's sometimes a dismal place. But every other Thursday for the last 21 years, I've had the honor of being around some incredible youth that have inspired me to realize that we have a very bright future. These kids are absolutely incredible, and if any of you have the opportunity to spend more time with them, I suggest that strongly because it will make you realize that we do have a bright future in this community. Teen Court started out as a mirror of what we do up there on the second floor, but
it's evolved from that because it's their program. It's not my program. It's not Boys and Girl Club program. It is their program, and they've created that. And what they've done is use collaboration, diversity, compassion to create a just system based upon a restorative justice model. And so I appreciate, while I consider this thanks coming to me, the thanks really should go in the other direction. It's a thank you to all of you for recognizing the good efforts of Teen Court and for all of them for giving me a part in their journey. So thank you.
Thank you, Judge Wilson. All right, we will, you want to speak before public comment?
Yeah, and I think the program, knowing quite a few kids have gone through it, and I think I want to recognize right now John and Aaron Flyer, who I know have been recognized, but they have been a constant supporter of Teen Court for the last, you can tell me, but they're one of the major sponsors of Teen Court. And they'll be mad as hell at me because they do it under the radar, don't really want the recognition. But I think it's important when people step up to improve their community and aren't doing it just for the pat on the back. They do it just to make a better community. And I really appreciate John and Aaron and Lily J. Ranch for doing that.
All right, and we're going to go to public comments, so you may want to stay around just in case if you wish to, but you don't have to, but people might like the judge to be here. Is anyone in the audience wishing to make public comment on this item? All right, it looks like you're safe there. Anyone on the phone with their hands up? I do not see anyone hands up on the screen. Okay, we'll go back to the board. Can I have a motion to approve the resolution? I think you kind of did it yourself.
I'll make the motion.
Second.
All right, we have a motion, a second already. Anyone have anything else they want to say? Other than thank you, Judge Wilson, for all your efforts, and to the Boys and Girls Club. All right, I guess we are ready to vote. It should be fine. I have Is it not coming up?
Are you able to? Okay, I'll do a roll call. Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yep.
Supervisor Bushnell? And
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Very much yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
All right, thank you for being here. And then we'll move on to our next item that's being pulled. And I pulled that one. It's a retirement for Yvonne Winter. And she's not able to be here today, so accepting this on her behalf is her supervisor, Michelle Stevens. I feel like this is like the Academy Awards. So. All right, so I'll read it into the record, and then I'll bring it down to you, and we can talk from there. So whereas Humboldt County Department of Health and Human Services Deputy Director, Employee Services, Yvonne Winter is retiring after 31 years with the department. And whereas Yvonne was hired as an Extra Help Fiscal Analyst 1 in 1991, moved from Extra Help to a Regular Fiscal Assistant 1 in 1992, and then promoted through the Fiscal Assistant series over the next 7 years. And whereas Yvonne was promoted to Fiscal Services Supervisor in 1998, and then Fiscal Services Supervisor of Management and Confidential in 2003, before again promoting to an Administrative Analyst 2 in 2007. And whereas in July 2013, Yvonne accepted the position of Interim Health and Human Services Deputy Director, Employee Services, before accepting the permanent appointment 5 months later. And whereas Department Administration says Yvonne has been an exemplary employee whose administrative efforts were crucial during the agency's integration to what is known today as DHHS, and her historic knowledge and devotion to serving DHHS has been admirable. And whereas when shelter in place started, Yvonne was instrumental in making sure staff could start teleworking quickly, as well as in supporting the department and maintaining services by adapting practices to get people hired. And whereas her colleagues at County Human Resources said Yvonne has been an important partner who has provided thoughtful, data-driven insight and feedback when navigating employment-related matters and has successfully collaborated with HR staff on a range of matters. And whereas her staff has described her as someone who has helped mentor and coach them over the years, and whereas one colleague said she's been invaluable to me, not to mention she is a fun person to be with, and we've shared many laughs over the years. And whereas during her 31-year tenure, Yvonne made a significant difference at DHHS. and she will be truly missed. Now therefore be it resolved that the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors hereby recognizes, honors, and expresses our gratitude for Yvonne Winter's years of dedication to the county and community, and wishes her happiness as she embarks on her next chapter. So I'll bring this down to you, and then you can pretend you're speaking for her.
Okay. Thank you. Michelle Stevens, Assistant Director for Health and Human Services. I am accepting on Yvonne's behalf. Yvonne is not someone who likes to be in the limelight, but she sends her appreciation to all of you for the resolution. 31 years is a really long time to be working and supporting and serving DHHS and our community. And I certainly am someone who has learned a tremendous amount from her. She's incredibly knowledgeable when it comes to human resources related regulations and laws. And she's been a mentor to me and a coach in many situations, as well as her staff. The administrative functions or divisions in DHHS are much, behind the scenes, so to speak, or under the radar maybe, and without them, we would not be able to function as the size of department that we are. I just really wish Yvonne the best in retirement. She's leaving huge shoes to fill and a wealth of knowledge that 31 years has bestowed upon her. So, like I said, I speak for hundreds of people who have learned so much from her, and we really appreciate her. We're going to miss her. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michelle. And we'll let you sit down. We won't make you stay up there. Before I go to public comment, I will go to the board. Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes, so I went to high school with Yvonne, and she's a Southern Humboldt gal, and I really enjoyed her through high school, very competitive at sports. And I wish her all the luck. 31 years of serving our county is tremendous. Her shoes will not easily be filled, and congratulations on your retirement, Yvonne.
Any other board members have a comment? Supervisor Wilson?
I also went to high school with Yvonne. But as per my usual on these retirements, I'm just so grateful for the commitment of people, of public servants really, in these roles, and just the dedication to help really keep the wheels on the bus. It is an everyday slog, whether you're deep in it or whether you're interfacing with the public at all those levels. Local government is what helps keep these places together, and it's the commitment of people like Yvonne over the years to do that. So thank you, Yvonne. Really appreciate it.
All right, so we will open this up to public comment. We'll go to those in the audience first, and if there's anyone on the phone, be sure to press *9. Do you want public comment, or do you want to be a part of the presentation?
I can do public comment. I'm not going to make it super long because, like they said, Yvonne doesn't like to be in the
limelight. We're starting officially public comment with the timer.
Public comment. It's my first public comment, actually. I'm Zach O'Hannon, the Director of Human Resources. I've had the pleasure of working with Yvonne for the last 5-ish years. When I was in DHHS as a employee before I was in Human Resources, I saw her name and just went, oh, she's the Deputy Director of Employee Services. But in the last 5 years, I've really had the pleasure of working with her, echoing what everyone has said. She is the epitome of a public servant. She definitely is dedicated to her job. I'm really happy for her to see her retire. It's going to be big shoes to fill. Employee Services and Yvonne are huge partners with Human Resources, and without them and their support of the Human Resources function, it would be insurmountable for HR to take on everything that DHHS does from an administrative and Human Resources perspective. So, like I say, I'll keep it short, but I also like to think that Yvonne is a friend, and I hope I can reach out to her at any point in time when we can't figure out what's going on at DHHS, and she'll know because she's been there and been just so dedicated. So thank you, Yvonne.
Great. Thank you, Zach.
Good morning,
Welcome,
Sophia Pereira, Public Health Director. There's not much I'm able to add that hasn't already been so eloquently stated, but I just wanted to say thank you, Yvonne, on behalf of the public health team for all the work that she's done for us. She has been an incredible mentor and coach for me personally and for our team, and we definitely couldn't have gotten through these past few years without her leadership. So we just really appreciate her in public health and just wish her all the best on her next chapter. Thanks.
Thank you, Sophia. Is there anyone that's in the audience that wanted to comment on this item? All right, we'll go to those on the phone. I don't see any hands up. All right, so we'll go back to the board. And can I have a motion to pass the resolution?
I so moved.
Second.
All right. And there's your vote tab up now? Everyone's?
Yes, there it is.
Yay. Did you go to school with Michelle too? Yeah. I don't think I knew that. Okay.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
All right, so it passes. So the other item that was pulled comes to us, was item 3, and I'm going to hand this over to Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. Today.
Actually, item 4.
D4, yes. Today I would like to recognize Michael Miller. Mike Miller has been instrumental in the cleanup and sustainability of southern Humboldt and the Eel River. He has been picking up garbage for 12 years, him and his group. And when I asked his wife yesterday about how much they thought he had picked up, 900,000 pounds of garbage over 12 years. So on behalf of the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors, thank you for your service to the Southern Humboldt community, Mike. Your dedication and participation are greatly appreciated and has not gone unnoticed. For over 12 years, you have worked to make this area, our area, a more beautiful place to live. You have organized volunteers, both housed and unhoused, to clean up the community. You have often paid for disposal fees out of your own pocket. Your community has greatly benefited from all your services. So I have, Mike is on Zoom with us, and I would like to ask him if he would like to say anything, and I understand that he would like to thank some people as well.
All right, are we able to? Is he on the phone or? Okay.
Hi, I'm Michelle.
Hi, Mike.
Oh.
Can you hear us?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Mike has just had dental surgery a couple days ago, pretty extensive. And so he asked me to read this for him. Over the last 12 years, the Eel River Cleanup Project was able to pick up over 900 pounds of trash from our watershed with the help of many volunteers. 900,000 pounds of trash from our watershed with the help of many volunteers. And he said he'd like to thank them all, but of course he can't thank all of them. He just wants to thank the ones that stood out because they stuck around for a while. Because I would like to thank ERCP partners. The very first ERCP partners were Paul Insimer and Kathy Eppeling, two great community activists who are no longer with us, along with the houseless man who called himself 8, who moved away. He'd also like to thank many more homeless people who've helped over the years. Thanks also to Brian St. Clair, who is an early volunteer, Chris Anderson and all his friends he brought along, Elena Worley, Holly Carter, Julia Ralston, Tiffany Smith, Lonnie, and Amy Machado. A big thanks to Aaron Ostrom and his Pack Out Green team. Paul Turner and Dennis Lewis, who both helped with the weekly cleanup for 5 or 6 years. Paul's wife, Barbara, who is on our board and did a lot of fundraising. The employees of Gerald Phelps Community Hospital came out to help with Earth Day cleanups. The Humboldt Roller Derby girls, Chrissy Mooney and the Cove Road Appreciation Group Karen Green and the East Side Cleanup Group, the employees of Redwood's Roots, the employees of Flocana, Rose McClure, Dennis Barassa, Kevin Fleming, Lois Cordova, Ruby Gillette, Lauren Schmidt, Tanya Horlick, all from Craymud, who got the word out. Jojo Gilboy, and Charlotte Merkel, and let's see, Tom Madsen, of course, from County Works. All the people who donated throughout the years, including Michelle Bushnell, Steve Daisy, and the employee owners of Daisy Supply, Talia and Elliott of Organic Grace. Logan Smart is our new director and her partner, and they're taking it over really well, and we're really happy with that. Michael still be volunteering with the group when he can, but he's turned over the reins to Logan Smart. We'd also like to thank our family members, Tara, Naya, Matt, Alea, Leif Larson, all who helped in different ways throughout the years. And I'll let you read this last part.
Oh, and to my wife Kathy, who does the weekly cleanup report and our publicity. And there's a lot of other good people, too numerous for me to remember.
Thanks to Recology also.
Yeah, and Recology, who have donated the 20-yard dumpsters for our community cleanups through the 12 years. Thank you.
So thank you, Mike and Kathy. I know that you stayed longer than you had intended because you wanted to make sure that the program continued forward. I understand tomorrow will be your last cleanup day. I would like to ask Director Matson to come up. I believe he has a comment as well.
Good morning, Chair Bass, members of the board. This is the kind of person that makes Humboldt County the place it is. To paraphrase the words of John F. Kennedy, ask not what your county can do for you, but what you can do for your county. Quietly, he has picked up tons and tons of garbage over the years. Public Works has been proud to be a partner, even though we've only paid for the disposal of the garbage. The biggest cost is the labor and the commitment of the entire community that he brought together. We will miss Mike. We were glad you stayed on year after year trying to find a successor, and we look forward to working with your successor, and thank you and wish you a happy retirement from your field of duty. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Thanks, Tom.
So one thing I wanted to mention before we go to public comment is it's not often that you can do this kind of work in a community and not, if I can just say, piss everybody off or people off. And Mike does it so well. He involves the houseless community. They work for him. They want to help him. Every person in Southern Humboldt area talks to Mike, sees Mike, can I help you? Let me do this. And it's just not often that you can bring a community together that way by picking up garbage. So on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, Mike, we're going to miss you. Your work has been invaluable. I have to mention also that his wife, Kathy, she also is has been on a board of Southern Humboldt Community Housing, and they have both worked tirelessly in the Southern Humboldt area to better our community. They're both retiring and stepping away, and it's so deserved, and we wish you so much luck in your retirement.
Thanks so much, Michelle.
Thanks, Michelle. I'll be out there still cleaning once in a while.
All right, so we will go to public comment. If there's anyone in the audience with us who would like to comment on this item, please come forward. All right. I don't see anyone here, so I know we have one hand up online, 7454. Press star 6.
Ken Sawasti, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, welcome, Ken.
Oh, great, thank you. People bring the things to my attention, and I never had heard of Michael until this morning, and so I went on there and started vetting him and doing a few things I do. This is like everybody said. Thank you so much, Michael, and the whole team. I was so pleased. It wasn't just Michael that was honored here. It was the long list, and those people all deserve credit for. I call it Mother Nature's work. We're an invasive species. We make messes, but for their peacemakers and people that can put together a coalition of people to clean up and keep her world clean, she, I believe, deeply appreciates that. So shout out to you and to your semi-retirement. And I always have a great appreciation for somebody who has succession planning, where you have somebody to take your place before you leave. Thanks for your service.
Thanks so much.
So with that, I'll make a motion that we.
Well, hold on just a moment. Yes, we're now officially closing public comment. Yes, you may, please.
So I'll make a motion that we accept the letter of appreciation.
Second.
All right, motion in a second. And don't see any other hands up. Oh, Steve, do you have your hand up? No, you're just twiddling your thumbs? Okay, I'm sorry.
I did want to extend a thank you to Mike, and I just want to say, like, that list has a lot of familiar names, and I don't know, it seemed like everybody was on it, but thank you to everybody that's doing that. And I appreciate it. It seems like, I don't know if some of you, when you're out traveling and you're bored in a hotel and you watch the community television and you see similar humans doing the same things that you see in your own community, like a reflection. Like, it's just wonderful every time there's folks like Mike in these communities that do this work, and it is essential, and so thankful. Really appreciate it.
All right, thank you. And then Supervisor Bohn.
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah, Mike, thanks. This is Rex. Yeah, I appreciate it. I've watched your work for quite a few years now and heard it commented from previous supervisors and all you've done. I think a shout out, Public Works provides a lot of the dumpsters. They don't provide all of them. We provide a certain amount. And I think I'd like to give a shout out to Recology, Linda Wise especially, because it seems like every time you ask, you're able to get, she believes in fixing up a community also. And it's amazing how many communities do this. What it's amazing to me is people like Mike, Sean Swanson and stuff that do it every week or every 2 weeks. You know, you see the big cleanups where everybody shows up once a year to do a cleanup and everything else. But, you know, we have our Pack Out Green team. We've got a lot of people doing this, and it makes a huge difference in your tax dollars, because otherwise Public Works would have to be doing it. And some of those dumpsters are paid through Measure Z funds, which helps immensely. So that's always a good thing. So appreciate it very much, Mike.
All right, well, is that, I think.
All right, thanks, Rex.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for all your years of service. I think we're good to vote.
My pleasure.
Has everyone voted?
Thanks, Mike, for being here. Have a great day.
Sure, thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Supervisor Madrone, do you have your vote tab up? Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
All right. So we're ready to move on. And thank you for all those who are here for the 9:15. Thank you for the indulgence of trying to put some things get pulled off at the last moment. Sometimes we don't realize how long it might take. So at this point, we will go to the little bit late time set. Director Ford, we'll go to you for this. And at this point, I will officially open the public hearing, and then we'll hear from Director Ford and members in the tribes who may want to speak as well. But we'll start with Director Ford to lay the land.
Thank you, Chair Bass. I'm going to share my screen if I can. And good morning, John Ford with the Planning and Building Department, here to present what is essentially an appeal of the planning director's interpretation of the CCLUO. And one of the things I want to say before I get started here is that when this is relative to cultural resources, And in conducting a public discussion about public resources, it's often a very difficult, very touchy issue because not everything can be shared publicly. The correspondence between the tribes and the county is often kept confidential to protect the integrity of the resource. So with that being said,
Director Ford, we're having technical difficulties. I see your presentation, but we're trying to get it up on the screen.
okay.
Actually, I don't see your presentation
I
anymore.
just
You
took it
still-
down, it's coming back up.
Okay.
While we're waiting, I'll just go ahead and give a little bit of a background and identify that the Planning and Building Department has been processing an application for a cannabis cultivation site on an existing industrial property that was once a mill site. It's currently vacant. The project was progressing through the process to a point where we were preparing an environmental document for it. As the board is aware, when we conduct an environmental review, we're obligated under the California Environmental Quality Act to reach out and offer to consult with the tribes relative to tribal cultural resources. It's often referred to as AB 52. We did that. We received responses back from the Wiyot tribe indicating that this particular site is important to them and that they do consider it a tribal cultural resource. In fact, what they identified was that and this is attached to your information this morning, is that the tribal council adopted a resolution identifying that this is a tribal cultural resource. Now, under CEQA, a tribal cultural resource is not necessarily something that means the project has to stop. Under CEQA, that's evaluated. An environmental document under CEQA can be prepared and identify that it would be a significant adverse impact if the resource were to be damaged or if the project were to go forward. But this is not true under the county's cannabis ordinances. The county's cannabis ordinances identify that a tribal cultural resource is protected by a 600-foot setback. And so in a situation where the project site is actually the tribal location of the tribal cultural resource, that area is protected. And what the ordinance allows is for the tribe to either withdraw or modify, reduce, or waive the setback requirement if it chooses to. In some cases, in many cases, that setback is waived by tribes and mitigation measures are imposed on the project to protect a resource. In some cases, that setback is not waived and not reduced. So the definition of a tribal cultural resource under the county code basically is something that the tribal council identifies as being important to them. And so we have that documentation from the Wiyot Tribal Council indicating that this is an important site to them and they do not wish to see cannabis there. This requirement really dates all the way back to the preparation of 1.0, and it has been carried through each of the ordinances from 2.0 to the 2.0 coastal, which is what applies here. In this situation, just to make it very clear, there is a tribe that has identified that there is a tribal cultural resource, and there is another tribe that is supportive of the project and either does not find the site to be a tribal cultural resource or would be willing to reduce that setback. The struggle that we have is the ordinance does not create a provision by which, if there are competing views between tribes, that how to resolve that dispute. So the way the black and white of the ordinance identifies that if there is a TCR, a tribal cultural resource, that's identified by a tribe, and it doesn't matter if it's one of three, in this case there are 3 different tribes that have ancestral territory here, that TCR needs to be protected and respected subject to the discretion of the tribe. Therefore, it's staff's recommendation that you find that the way the ordinance is written, that if a tribe identifies that there is a tribal cultural resource, that tribal cultural resource and the desires of that tribe need to be respected, and that even if there are competing views, that finding cannot be diminished by another finding by a different tribe. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have. I'm sorry the PowerPoint didn't work.
Is it potentially up now?
So, can we restart Zoom and that might do it?
So you're saying should we take a brief break? How long would you expect, Nikki?
I just need to shut it down, so maybe not even 5 minutes.
Okay, let's call it 5. Okay. We'll be back shortly.
Broadcast Zoom. But to be broadcast live, it's not out there. We're still checking settings.
So you want us to put Zoom on here and show her? I mean, I guess we could see it on Zoom, but not the audience.
Anybody out there watching it on Zoom can see it,
But not
but
me.
anybody watching it on the TV is not able to see what we're seeing on Zoom. They can still see who's in chambers and hear the report, right? Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we won't see presentations until we get this fixed.
All right, so.
Is that okay?
County Council?
So the PowerPoint presentation is not visible on the TV, is that what?
That sounds like. Mm-hmm.
That's correct, because he's sharing his screen. But if I have it on mine, though, if he emails it to me, can you see it? Do you think? If he emails it to me and I download it to my system, to my...
Oh, and then you put it through that, then, yeah, then you start.
Director Ford, do you want to email me? So Director Ford's going to email me the presentation. I'm going to bring it up on my side. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, we'll be working on Zoom.
So Director Ford, you want to wait till we get it up there?
We can, and what I would really do with the presentation is just go back through some of the language of what I summarily went over. And so if there's a fundamental understanding of what I said, it's fine. If you want to see the actual language, I can go back and repeat that.
Okay, I think there's, I saw a nod when you said some basic understanding.
There's also a great discussion in the staff report that covers pretty much what Director Ford said.
So I don't know if we actually then, it sounds like any of the supervisors feel they need to see the slideshow. Okay. After all of that, we've determined we'll take what you said and we're good with that. So with that, do you have more to report?
I do not. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, we'll go through that. Any questions at this point in time? Supervisor Bohn? And then we also will be hearing from both of the tribal representatives as well as the project applicant as well. So
Could anything else be built on the site? Could they go back to a sawmill that was there for 74 years, or can they do that?
Yeah, that's why I tried to identify the difference between what is allowed under the California Environmental Quality Act and what the county's cannabis ordinance does. Now, a tribal cultural resource would be, to impact that, would be a significant effect under CEQA. That would be identified, require preparation of an environmental impact report, and then the county decision maker, whether it be the planning commission or the board of supervisors, would need to weigh whether or not that's something that they want to approve in relationship to the kind of the cost benefit of impacting the resource versus the value that are provided to the overall county. So it's not an absolute prohibition on anything other than cannabis.
And if I read the report, most of the resource is gone, or they can't find any of the resource anymore because it's been cleared?
It's my understanding that the resource probably was somewhat damaged when the mill site was put in, and that there is currently very thick pavement out there between whatever is left and the surface.
Okay, thank you.
all right, so I think at this time, Chairman Hernandez, no, can't even talk today. Chairman Hernandez, if you would like to come forward, or whoever else you may have speaking with you. And if you like, you can sit down or you can stand at the microphone. And then following you will be, I know there's a couple representatives of the Bear River Band in the back. And then following them will be the project applicant as well. So welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairwoman and Board. So the Weah Tribe did recognize this as a TCR. We realize that there is a village site that was there, and to answer your question, Supervisor Bohn, we don't know what's left under this cement. It was pretty much damaged in the early 1900s. Everything was bulldozed into the slough, but that's not to say that we may have grave sites still there. So, you know, the Weah Tribe does recognize it as a TCR, and let me be frank, is that this is Weah territory. This is Weah ancestral territory. It states in our Constitution where our boundaries lie. Now, I know Bear River is our cousin tribe, and we do recognize that they have Weah descendants in their tribe. But once you leave the Weah tribe, you don't speak for the Weah tribe. This is the Weah tribe's ancestral territory. As our elders have said, we recognize they have descendants in their tribe, and we allow them to participate in our ceremonies as well. But when it comes to Weah territory, this is our ancestral territory, and we are going to protect our territory. It's sad to hear, you know, that they don't recognize it as a TCR because it's not in their village. It's not in their area. Their actual area was Bear River, Mattole. We recognize it as a village because it's in our area. It is our sacred sites. It overlooks Tuawat as well. There is also all the villages that surround it. All of our villages were sacred. All our villages held Sumerian ceremonies. If somebody was sick, they did a ceremony in that house. So all our villages have ceremonial sites. And this is why we have to protect it. We did meet with the individuals that wanted to put it up there. We did have talks with them. We made it clear that we can't promise that we're going to say this or not. Council brought it up. We took it to the council. Council decided, no, we need to protect our resources. And that's what we're doing. We're here to stand and protect our resources. And, you know, we want to work with everybody. But when it comes to our sites, we need to protect. We weren't able to protect the site in the early 1900s when it was destroyed. But now we're able to. So I really want you to consider it's not, you know, just going by recommendations and not allowing this to happen.
I only have one thing to add to Chairman Hernandez's statement, is that it's a slippery slope when we don't recognize cultural resource areas as a result of damage to them. I mean, that basically opens up, you know, what we've seen recently, when we recognize the area, that it becomes damaged. And it's, you know, it's a perpetuating cycle. So that's all. Thank you.
All right, well, stay close. You may have there might be a question, I think, right now. Supervisor Bohn?
Ted, and it's funny, we're 3 years past Terrigen this week, so it's funny we're up here. And I think working forward, and I mentioned it 3 years ago, there's got to be a better way we can do this. Because Chairman Hernandez, back in October of 21, Blue Lake, Janet sent her letter to you, and you basically signed off saying, I like everything you do and you appreciate your work, and you basically agreed with them. And that's been 14 months ago, and now, so I think it put the applicants in a position of ease of moving forward and spending quite a bit of money, from what I understand, and now we're here today denying it. And what happens is we do this towards this, and there's an investment, and I know we want to work with everybody, and I think everybody wants to work with you. But it puts a, you know, it just, you know, and I respect the heck out of you, Ted, you know that, and I consider ourselves friends, but is there a way we can do this as a county? So, because this isn't going to be the last time, I don't believe. And so I just think if it's some way you can come up with an idea, you know, where we can, you know, we kind of give a semi-approval or approval and then change. So I don't know how we do that.
So I would recommend this. If you really want to change this ordinance so things can happen, then we need to go back to government, and we need to talk to all the tribes, because all the tribes had a part of this ordinance as well because of the sacredness. So, you know, the tribe's willing to listen, the tribe's willing to learn, as well as, you know, communicate with you. But if you really want to think about how we can do this, let's go back to the drawing board, and let's go back to government, and let's handle it this way. Because that's the only way you're going to be able to move forward. It may not just be in a Wheelock tribe one day, it may happen in Yurok tribe, area territory one day. We need to fix this. But right now, you know, we recognize this as a site. We weren't able to protect these sites in the early days as we are now. We were given these, you know, this opportunity now to protect all of our sacred lands. To say if it can be something else other than cannabis, probably. But we are going by what we passed as a tribe and the county as the cannabis orders. So there's always other ways around it, probably. But cannabis, you know, we have to follow the policies that you created. This is what we stated as tribes. This is what we want.
Would there be an issue with, okay, we agree that no cultivation, no growing, no anything on your site, and basically maybe anything on that site. But how about a reduction of setback? So it's workable at all, so there's no problem with site, fenced off. I think I don't know, you have to talk to the applicant and see how much they'll work with you on that. But, you know, when we built this cannabis resolution, as some of the other board members weren't here, it says this thing needs to change a lot. And maybe this is one of the things, because Sixon, I mean, it's 2 football fields away, and it takes a lot of, you know, and knowing that you guys have a lot of deserved cultural sites, all the tribes do, would something like that be able to work? Because that was a number we picked. We didn't get any input from the tribes back then. We just thought it was a good number, and we were just multiple meetings.
I was shooting for a bigger number, but you guys came up with 600 foot. But you know, what I would say is, for the applicant, if they really wanted to see what's there, then I would do a full survey of that property. I would tear up that cement and do actual surveys of the property, see what's left of that site, which would be quite expensive. I mean, because we have never had that property surveyed. It's just been built over, and there's not, you know, we don't know what's there. We don't know what's on that property still.
And I don't know what I'm looking for here. Could they, what you're looking at, could they do some core drillings rather than tear up all that 70 acres of asphalt? Because that seems like an environmental nightmare. But if they did core drilling, would something like that work to your?
And before you answer, I was going to say, after that question, I think we'll just go and hear from the other ones as well, and then we can keep calling you up. But if you want to answer that one.
Core drillings are possible, but you gotta remember how big that site is. So, you know, it would be, it could be possible, it could be done.
Okay. Well, I think there may be more questions for you, but we'll let you sit down for now. But you're nice and close, so thank you. And so the representatives of Bear River, welcome.
Hello, good morning, Supervisors. John D. McGinnis, Tribal Council Member at Large, Bear River Band of the Road of Rancheria. I guess I'll first start with what's on the agenda is tribal cultural resources. It was a very poorly written definition, and it was very generous of the supervisors at the time, or whoever wrote it, planning department maybe. Anything that's considered sacred, or anything that's by a tribal council motion or other equivalent body can be listed as a tribal cultural resource. Super considerate, appreciate it. But it also lists any California Native American tribe. So Agua Caliente, Shingle Springs, anyone from around the entire state can make a motion stating that this location here is a tribal cultural resource to us, whether we're a descendant from there or not, whether it's Aboriginal territory or not. That's what the ordinance states. That's what the definition is in 55.4.4. That's a huge issue. And Ted, we don't recognize as not a village, but good to see you. We're not saying that there's not a village there. We are saying it is not a cultural resource to our tribe because it's inaccessible. You cannot consider something a resource if you can't access it. You know, I mean, if Rex and I together have $1 billion, but he only has one and I have 999,999,999, it's not a resource to him. My stuff, what I have, I mean, you can't access it, it's not a resource. 3 feet of concrete, I mean, a couple million cubic feet of concrete, you cannot access that site. I'm not saying because it was damaged, we're just gonna sweep it under the rug. Because it's inaccessible, because it was already 74 years of a sawmill, but because the cannabis ordinance, what if we were built, what if it was a hemp farm? You know, is this all of a sudden a moot point? Next, I would like to, man, there's a lot of stuff out there. Maybe a history lesson. I know I'm pretty young, but I know my history pretty well. Yes, they are the Wiyot tribe, but they were previously Table Bluff. Yes, we are Bear River Band of the Roanoke Rancheria, but we were the Bear River Mattole Wiyot tribe. Blue Lake is Blue Lake Rancheria, but they are Wiyot as well. Wiyot land does not mean the Wiyot tribe's land in any way. Partially, yes. Blue Lake, yes. Bear River, yes. So when we talk about Wiyot land, it is the 3 tribes locally. It is not the Wiyot tribe. It is all 3 local Wiyot tribes. And for this to be, we need to go to government to government. I agree with Ted. We need to adjust a lot of these ordinances because a lot of them are just rushed. Oh, well, we have this legalization in the state, and this is a huge industry for us, so let's get an ordinance before we get given one. I think that this right now, whether we are going to go with the recommendation of the Director of Planning, or we're going to look at this as maybe one of those gray areas because one tribe considers it a resource and one doesn't, the ordinance needs to be looked at, and the county code also needs to be looked at for better clarity. I personally don't think that there would be an issue with at least us as Bear River having a limited setback or complete waiver of the setback. I mean, what is going to be disturbed? If there's no disturbance, I see no issue, and I'm also going to be letting Dakota speak if you'd like to. But as far as this project goes, I see no issue with any cultural damage. I see no insensitivity. And I also see this as a massive opportunity for the county. One thing that was not relayed to you guys by the Wiyot Tribe's chairman is that they actually were actively engaged in some negotiations to partner with the project applicant, where they were given a lot of opportunities for Wiyot recognition, a cultural site. About 40% of that land, about 30 acres, would be donated back to the Wiyot Tribe and put into preservation as wetlands. But none of that was talked about. It was all agreed to, and then they backed out of it for some reason, I suspect because they have multiple positions on one side that say, we don't want anybody to disturb any cultural sites because of whatever it is. But this side, where they're going to benefit something out of it, they realize that it may be, I don't know, maybe a little hypocritical to benefit from something and say yes, but not benefit from another and say no for the same exact reason. So I'm going to allow the project applicant to come and speak, but yeah, I guess those are the 3 things. History lesson for anybody who might not have heard it on the Zoom or on TV, and then for 5 of you. Thank you for your time.
And are you part of the band already?
Yeah.
And stay close by, I mean, because there may be some questions that come up during the whole conversation.
My
Welcome.
name's Dakota McGinnis. I'm the Tribal Council Secretary. I'm looking at this as an opportunity also for the Humboldt County. I mean, obviously, I don't believe we ever shy away from, if it seems like it's tribal culture resources. I've been a council member for 13 plus years. We do not look at those things lightly. I mean, there could be ways to, you know, when you're in the project, does that look like it is? I mean, I don't know what happened as far as the history necessarily. There was already a mill on there, so technically nobody really thought at that point there was a tribal resource at this time. Not that we don't believe there was, but I think there's a way to mitigate and work, still have this as an opportunity in a worthwhile project that's already looked like it was already going somewhere, and then all of a sudden it looked like the rug was pulled out from underneath the whole process, which I don't think is fair and right either. But I think there's ways to work around what we do believe and identify that as maybe a resource, and you stay away from it in certain ways. And maybe 600 feet is a little, you know, too far. But I think you just had to put a number in there, and I think we can work. And I do agree that Weots, it can't be that you're just saying you're the Weot tribe and it's it. You jump to another tribe, and now you're not Weot anymore. That's what I thought it sounded like today. As soon as you jump to Blue Lake or Bear River, your Weot blood is gone. That's not right. We're all Weots, and that needs to, I think the county and everybody else needs to understand there's more than one Weot tribe. Just because you say you're Weot tribe doesn't mean you're the only Weot tribe. We still have that in our blood. And so that was still, if that was a, you know, Weot land site, that's still our site. Just because we may not have Weot in our name anymore doesn't mean it's still not there. And I think we can just providing county jobs, because obviously we know, you know, our economy is terrible right now, and we're seeing it in a lot of places. If this offers jobs to a lot of people, it's only going to help the economy. And we're already getting this type of business already going, and it's only going to help the county with this revenue that they could generate from this project going forward. So I think we are going to be sensitive. If there are cultural sites that are identified within that property, I think we do well in making sure that we can stay away from those sites to a certain extent so that you don't disturb what might be there. So that's all I have to say on that.
All right, thank you. So we will go to the project applicant, but as I said, you may be asked some questions as we go along. So anyone who wishes to speak from the project applicant team, this would be the time. Welcome.
Hey. Well, thank you for your time. I appreciate it and the opportunity. I'm Robert Marshall, and this is Laurent Bensed and A.C. Crawford, and we are the three of the four principal applicants for this project. I will say this, and I'll make it clear: we never had an agreement with Ted.
Okay, please look forward though when you talk. Yeah.
We never had an agreement, a formal agreement with Ted. Okay, so there was not something that was there, and it was. But I will tell you, we are very confused that this letter went out from the county, and we paid for an archaeological study to be done, which actually is somebody I think that is very close with the Weot tribe, because he was the expert. And as you know, doing these projects, you spend a lot of money with a lot of people that understand the community, the resources, and what's needed to get done. So we had the survey done, and it was referenced in a letter that went out from the county that said, and this is just loosely quoting, they found no cultural or archaeological resources of any significance, and they referenced 3 other surveys that had been done in the past. So in our mind, we were moving forward. This is in September. And then the letter, Chairman Bohn, I think that you, Supervisor Bohn, that you referenced was an October letter where 2 of the 3 tribes, Ted's group and then the Blue Lake, said we have no issues, but they did list 3 items that they need to take care of. And it's basically when you dig, you have to be sensitive. If you find something, stop the project. We get the TPHO and the cultural resource directors to be on site and to make sure that you're treating whatever you found with dignity and respect. And we totally agree with that. All 3 of these points were kind of in that same vein. And as Ted, as we met with Ted and 3 or 4 of his council on 3 separate occasions, on the property twice, or actually just on the property the first time. And basically we went with hat in hand and said, what would you like us to do? And you can talk to Manila Fire, you can talk to CDFW, you can talk to Cal Poly, you can talk to Baykeepers. We've talked to everybody that we could talk to say, here's what we're doing. This is a passion project for us. This is not just about cannabis. This is about coming in and building a world-class, long-term model of the industry. And so as we talked to everyone about this, when we had Ted and his team out, we literally were hat in hand and said, what would you like us to do? We've got 30 acres of pristine land that we will never do anything with. And he point blank looked at us and said, you know what?
Please keep looking at us when you're talking.
I think that if no one's, that I know of a company, private company, has ever given land back to tribes, because we've never sold land. And we agree. And we said, okay, we took that under consideration. And there were several other things that John had referenced in terms of the details about what we offered the tribe and what we said. You tell us. We want your input on the architecture. We want your input on the scope. We found where the village was drawn, where it might have been in the middle of the commercial piece of the property. And we have one building that will be just probably about 20 feet from it. And so, so we proceeded and said, we will offer you these things. We want cultural centers, a learning path, give you some of that land back on the slough. We'll make a walkway. We've talked about, electric vehicles. We've talked about just numerous things. The kayak boat launch, CDFW volunteered to head that up and said, we'll give them a corner of the property. The police, Sheriff Hansel, we're going to build a SWAT training center out there in half of that big building in the front of the property because we can't do anything with it. So we literally have come to the community and said, tell us what you want us to do for the community. Because this is a chance of a lifetime for us. It's a legacy project for us. And so we know Humboldt's struggling. We know the value and the history of Humboldt, especially in cannabis. And so, I'd be lying to you if I said it's not self-serving, that we know Humboldt's it's like Napa Valley. The name is something else. But besides that, this is a legacy project for us. And so we've got so much passion for this. So with, when this came up, when we got a no 5 months, 6 months later, after we just kept barreling down the road, we were like, well, what happened? We had everybody agreeing, here are the terms, if you do this, it's all good. And 5, 6 months later, it's not. And so we reached out, and we don't know the difference between, we do now, but we didn't know the difference between Blue Lake and Bear River and Weots, Table Bluff, or Trinidad. They're all the same to us. They're part of the community. And so we just reached out and said, what can we do to respect and honor whatever you think is here and what we can do that's viable for us? Digging up all the asphalt is, that's obviously not viable. So, and we don't intend to do that. So actually, in discussing with Bear River, they said, well, we think it's a good project, it's good for the county. And we said, well, help us figure out how we can make this work for everybody. And so we actually discussed one of the buildings, there are 3 buildings, this is all indoor cannabis grow. 2 of the first 2 buildings will be 100, 150 feet away from the cultural site where it was drawn in the middle of the property. The other one will be just tangential to it. And we've agreed we'll do a floating foundation, something engineering-wise, where we won't even have to bore into the asphalt. So we're willing to work with the tribes, all the tribes, and come up with a solution that works for all of us. But a 600-foot setback with all the ESHA stuff going on the edge of the property, I could build maybe a single-serve ice cream stand because it literally takes all the property away. So the setback is a problem in and of itself. But anyway, I just wanted, on behalf of us, to say that we've come to the community and said, what can we do to make this work? Because I envision this as being something that we're all proud of. And just one last anecdote, I had CFDW, Mike Van Haddam out and walked through the property, and he'd never been on that property, and we walked it for an hour and a half and had Jennifer call, but Baykeeper. And they were just blown away. And I said, here's what we want to do is have, when people come over the bridge on 255 and they first come up and start seeing the buildings, we want a sense of pride and something that they would be happy to have, that's safe and will help clean up that whole peninsula. So that's the passion part of what we're doing. But again, I thank you guys for your time. This has been a 3.5, 4-year journey for us. Again, it's a chance of a lifetime for us, but it's been our life. This is not a, we're not a bunch of business people from New York with a bunch of money. We're just trying to build something that I think everybody would be proud of. So with that, I yield back any questions. Or...
What I would ask is that you'd sit up like in the front row in case there are questions, which I suspect there may be. And is there anyone else from your group that wanted to speak? Okay.
They always make me do all the public speaking.
Now, did you want to add to that? You're part of the group too.
Hi.
Yes. Yes.
So I'm Jeff Meyer. I own that piece of property. So when I bought it, I had no idea that there was tribal influence or anything on that property regarding tribes. So I'm just going to hit on a couple deals that Robert hit on, and Robert came to me, and I made sure it was the right group of people for the county to put this project together. I turned away 2 other project leaders that I was not happy with. I want the jobs in the county. This is a 70-acre piece of industrial land that needs to be utilized. Has a great water source, power source, and so on. So what I just want to bring up from my point of being in the county and doing business in the county is when they started their permit application, one of the first parts was to ask the local tribes if there's any objection. We have the letter here stating that they hired an outside resource person from HSU to do an archaeological study, just like the permit asked them to do. They found nothing significant on that property, and it was signed off on by all 3 tribes. Done deal. Why are we here today? If I'm applying for an application and I get it approved, I move forward. This was dated October 28th, 2021. 2021, and we're still dealing with this. It was down the road a couple months ago that they re-asked the tribes to evaluate this, and that's when we got the no. They spent up to $500,000 on this process that the county allowed them to proceed with, and then all of a sudden, for some reason, they asked the tribe again for approval. It was already approved. We have it written. This is a done deal. So why are we here doing this today? Trying to bring jobs in, trying to do it. Basically, the way I understand now, every piece of property I buy could have this tribal influence on it, and it's a shut down project. I was not aware of when I bought it, and I'm not saying it's not there. I know it's there. They described the 2 villages. They are there, great. One of them is on the north end, the 30 acres he talked about that can never be used. It can turn into a wonderful park. If they find artifacts on it, wonderful. The other is under 3 feet of asphalt that's been rolled over for the last 60 years. And they're not going to disturb that land. Wonderful. We don't want it. That's why we worked with Bear River to do a floating foundation over that corner of that village area. Working together is what we need to do. But to have approval and then 2 years later, or over a year later, be denied on the same thing that never should have been brought up again, can't function in the county that way, guys. From a business owner myself to trying to grow business and bring jobs in this community, this is a huge opportunity. 126 jobs are at that mill site. They want to put 150 out there now. Even 75 would benefit that eyesore out there right now. And we're stuck doing a permitting process for cannabis 2 years down the road. It doesn't make sense. The one other thing I wanted to hit on was the definition of tribal resource, and that's where the county had their definition. There's been nothing found out there. There's been nothing dug. We know it's there, but nothing's been pulled out of the ground. It's not like we found arrowheads, we found bones. If we do, then obviously, yeah, they want to work with the tribes and do it right. But to consider that a tribal resource when nothing out there's been found and there's not a village sitting there right now, it's kind of hard to call it a tribal resource. Other than that, I think that's all I have. Appreciate you guys' time. Thank you.
And we may have questions for you as well, where we sit. So, I know, hold on a second. We've heard from staff, all the presenters that we know. I was wondering if we have anyone on for public comment, just how many hands you see there? No. Okay, and I was gonna go to the board, I'm trying to figure out whether we should just do the public comment and finish it. Yeah, you can do however you guys wish to do this.
Thank you. Director Ford, I would like to, so the approval letter that they have with, that the owner just stated from October of 2021, and then who was the re-ask 2 or 3 months ago?
So the approval letter was not, that would be stating something incorrectly. That would be an overstatement of what that is, what I believe it is. I don't know how that got into the public. In our files, that's marked as confidential. That would not be something that we release to the public. But what I believe that refers to is when we initially take in applications, we send out a referral to agencies and the tribes. In this case, there are 3 tribes that have ancestral territory at this location. We sent the referrals to all 3 tribes. Historically, the way that the tribes have worked is they have worked very collaboratively and commented on things together. So in this particular case, there was an email from one of the tribes identifying that a monitor be on site and that the inadvertent discovery protocol be applied to the site, which would not give the idea that this would be a sensitive site. And there was a subsequent email on top of that that identified that the second tribe agreed with that. And so that really was in response to the referral that was sent out. Based upon that, we then began the CEQA process. Under California state law, we are required to offer government-to-government consultation under SB 52 for tribal cultural resources. Tribal cultural resources, as I tried to explain earlier, under CEQA and under the county ordinance are slightly different. But that is why we sent that letter out asking for consultation, because we're required to do that under CEQA. So this really had, if you will, 2 bites at the apple. The initial referral that we send out on every single project, and then the government-to-government consultation under CEQA.
Thank you. So I have one follow-up. So the letter that Mr. Meyer was talking, was it an email, Mr. Meyer, or? Okay, so, no, that's okay. So that email was sent to them from your staff?
I do not think so. It should not have been.
So were they notified that there were no issues at that time from anybody in our staff?
I don't know what we would have said at that time.
Okay.
We would not, obviously at that time, those are standard comments for a site that would have given us the idea that it was appropriate to continue to move forward with the application, and that's what we did.
So do you know that at that time when you said it was appropriate to move forward, was it identified that there could be, that under SB 52, that this process would happen again, and were the applicants notified that that could happen well into the process of spending how much of our money they've invested?
I don't know that we had a specific conversation with them about the requirements of SB 52, but we often do not identify every step that's taken for other applicants under any circumstance, whether we're dealing with a state agency or another county agency when we're preparing the environmental document. In this particular case, the requirement for SB 52 has been in place since 2016. And so that's not a new concept to anybody that is at all involved with land use.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else have a question? I mean, I have a question just based on what you just said. Do you recall any other instances where a similar situation has happened, whether it's, whatever project you can think of, where the referral process has seemed like it was like basically not a yes, but not a direct no. But then when you come to the consultation, it becomes different than what was expected, I guess you might say, for the applicants. I just don't know if this would happen very often. Something tells me it doesn't.
This is extremely unusual. And the only similar circumstance that I am aware of is the ceremonial district up north of the Klamath. And in that particular situation, we sent out referrals to the tribe with ancestral territory there and received comments back, although those comments did express concern.
Okay. Any other questions before we go to public comment? Supervisor Madrone, and then back to Bushnell.
I believe it's AB 52, not SB, but just a minor clarification there.
Thanks.
I think that these kinds of issues are going to continue to come up over time because of unclear boundaries between rancherias and tribes, and the assertions about who has ancestral rights or other rights, et cetera. With the county and the cities, there's these really clear boundaries, right? You got the county, you got the city, it's delineated. And I don't know what the solution is there, but I doubt this will be the last time this kind of thing comes up because of that unclarity around boundaries. Thank you.
Well, and then Supervisor Bushnell, and then Bohn. And I do want to go to public comment too before we get to.
I'm probably going to wait until after public comment.
Okay.
Thanks for the clarification, Supervisor Madrone.
Okay. So with that, I think we will go to the public comment and then come back to the board. So we do have a couple hands up online. We'll go there on screen. We'll go there first, and then we'll come to those who are in the audience. So 1951, is that what you see? 1951, press star 6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes. And again, it's a firm 3 minutes.
Hello, good swalak. Good morning, supervisors. Yil Marnie, Yil Sulatluk, Yil Wiat. My name is Marnie Atkins, and I am a Sulatluk person. I am a tribal citizen of the Wiat tribe, and I am also the secretary for the tribe. A little bit of history. Most present-day Wiat people are enrolled with the Wiat tribe, but some Wiat descendants, as you have heard, are enrolled at the Bear River Band of Ronerville Rancheria and the Blue Lake Rancheria and the Trinidad Rancheria. The division of Wiat people's families and lands is a direct result of colonization and genocide inflicted upon Sulatluk-speaking people. The issue the board is considering today is a direct effect of colonization and genocide on the Sulatluk-speaking people. Sulatluk-speaking people are the original peoples of this land surrounding Wiki, now known as Humboldt Bay. Our ancestral homelands range from Slut, Gossamalium, Little River in the north, to Sakiuit, Bear River Ridge in the south, from Shu'ur, the Pacific Ocean in the west, to the first set of Goose Hills or mountains to the east. Waterways not in our ancestral lands of Wiat people include Batawat, Mad River, Ikshari, Elk River, Wiat, Eel River, Giddigadalish, Van Dusen River, and Wigi. These are the boundaries, quote unquote, of Sulatluk-speaking. Sulatluk-speaking people, now known as Wiat people, remain engaged and involved in stewardship with the lands, ocean, waterways, air, plants, and animals of our ancestral homelands. Protecting our traditional cultural resources is one of our most important tasks as stewards of our ancestral lands. Do not take this responsibility lightly. We also understand that the Board of Supervisors has a responsibility to the community, and I hope that they do not enter into considering this issue lightly. Wiat Tribe's Tribal Historic Preservation Officer, Tribal Council, has made it clear that this is a TCP. In a letter from the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer of Bear River Rancheria, they also said that although there might be unlikely that features are still intact, there is a possibility that cultural resources may be present beneath asphalt. That's from their letter in October 25. So they also have some concern. Asphalt is sort of a capping, if you will. We don't know what's under the asphalt, and we don't know if more burials or cultural items might be found. And also, you should consider that land change through earthquakes, flooding, human disturbance, animal disturbance. We don't know what we might find if this project moves forward. I ask that the board consider the situation if this were Sunset Memorial Cemetery or Ocean View Cemetery. Did you want to put some sort of a cap on the cemetery's land and build on
Hold
it?
on, don't turn her off. Hold on just a moment. Marnie, you said you're on the council?
I am.
Okay, well, if you'd like to wrap it up, since you are a member of the council, I will not consider you as a member of just the general public in speaking. So if you'd like to wrap it up, you have a little more time.
Okay, thank you so much. I will talk faster. I just would like to say again that if this were one of our area cemeteries, would you be as willing to cap a portion of it or an adjacent portion and build any kind of project? Where our ancestors are buried, where we expect them to remain, and this is one of the most sacred things that we do for our loved ones when they pass on, is we put them down and we expect them to stay down. I've heard that the developer has listed all kinds of offerings, and apparently we've turned them down. But we're the bad guys for following up on a TCP and trying to protect this. Landowner and representatives from the River Rancheria have also said that there's nothing there, and to let the development move forward. But I'd like to argue that just because you cannot see a burial or recognize a sacred site does not mean that it does not exist. Indigenous people are the experts on our giftways, cultural practices. As a Sulatlak speaker, a Sulatlak person, and Wiyot person, it is my responsibility to protect TCPs. And I encourage the Board of Supervisors and the Planning Department to meet with the area tribal government to come up with some sort of permitting process that considers the federal and state laws that have been implemented to protect TCPs and figure out a good way to move forward together in partnership and collaboration. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. So now we'll resume what I believe is regular general public comment on this item. 7454. Press *6.
Virginia, thank you for giving the prior speaker some extra time that was totally appropriate and very informative. Do we have 4 tribes out there? According to the testimony just given, the Trinidad Rancheria is also I'm a little confused. I'm trying to get this handle on the tribal issues. I have Googled the company. Robert, is that you in the picture here? It doesn't look like you, but I did notice I feel you're in a very bad position as Humboldt County was building an airplane while they were flying it, and you might be a victim of that. Mr. Meyer, I Googled you. Apparently you're quite the golfer, but you kind of were on the borderline of pulling an Alan Bongio there. I do have a recommendation for these people. I've Googled your site, and you have brands, and you have a couple of brands that are just CBD. And I think you have a CBD Plus and a XS Sport CBD. And I think you might find that if the county was a little more responsible, in fact, you have another Islander CBD there, but you might find that you would be exempt should you be growing CBD quality product in there that didn't hit the THC levels which would be classified as hemp. And the supervisors need to rebuild their airplane and reconsider this particular option. I really applaud your notes in there regarding your corporation and what started your desire to get in this. But I think that there would be a lot less angst, I know, from a lot of us. Kent Swatsky, 707-668-5288. That people would be willing to, and your project sounds fantastic, but I would consider switching over that CBD, and I think the county might be able to exempt you from the current things. Ted Hernandez, it's always a pleasure to be in the forum with you, and it's always a pleasure to have the back of the local tribes, whatever little I can. And I own some sites with things on it. In fact, it's not uncommon for these industrial sites to have been sacred sites, and I do understand your concerns. and I support you in whichever way you deem necessary. And I support the staff recommendation on this one. Thank you for my opportunity to speak today.
All right, thank you. So we'll go to those who are in person. Is there anyone in the audience who wanted to comment on this as a general public, as a member of the public? All right, seeing no one come forward, we'll go back to the board. I do have Supervisor Bushnell and then Bohn. Yes, please.
Thank you through the chair. Chairman Hernandez, if I could ask you a question? Nice to see you again, Ted.
You too.
I was wondering if there's any thoughts that you would like to try to make negotiations, or is this a done deal for you guys?
So, I need to make this clear. Yes, the tribal council voted on this, but yes, the tribal council also heard from their tribal citizenship at Table Reservation about this project as well. And that's why our tribal council made this decision, is because we listened to our tribal citizenship that did not want to move forward on this project, because most of our citizenship are elders. So most of our citizenship knows what's out there. So that's why, we made that decision, and everybody's correct. We did meet, we did have our conversations, but as they know, as I also said to them, I could not promise anything to them. It had to go before council, and that's what we did. Came to council denied it, we sent the denial to the county, and that's where we're at. So to move on to a different project, it's not to say we can maybe work on another project, but, we are holding ourselves to the standard is that when cannabis came into law, the county worked with the tribes on the ordinance. We created the ordinance together as a government to government. And if we think, we want to step away from this now, then we really should rethink it, because this is what all the tribes came up with the county to work on. We want to protect our sites. We want to protect our cultural sites from cannabis, because it's sacred to us. We weren't there in the beginning to protect it, now we are.
Thank you for that.
Supervisor Bohn.
Get back up there. Not so easy.
Wait a minute, Rex.
Usually he would have made you sit down first.
Right? Wait till Rex steps in my council room.
I think Ted has the same needs I have. We don't want to go down and up too many times. So there's no workaround on this, even if we worked on the setbacks or anything like that. So we stayed away from the cultural sites. And it's not just this project I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about the project in the future, and at the same time respecting everything that you have, and it just and respecting the right, the jobs and everything else that are happening. So I know you understand that portion of it. So I don't think. So I don't know, because we've changed some other setbacks. We keep hearing 1.0 is terrible, and we've got to change it and everything else. I don't know if this is an aspect. I think your cultural sites need to be inspected, and I still like to go back and maybe core drill to find out if there is a problem under the asphalt, or an issue, or a cultural site, or not that there is a cultural site, but if there are remnants of burial or tribal gatherings there. Because with the confluence of the slough and the bay, we know that there was a tribal site somewhere in there, because that was we seem to see that at all the confluences. So I'm trying to figure out how we can do this without, because the confusing part was back in October of 21 when you signed on with the report from Bill Rich from the Blue Lake Rancheria. And agreed, that sounds good, I'd like that, and you thanked them for all their work. And I know that wasn't the council's word, but that gave and I said, I don't know if we change the way we do business, because we've got some people out there that have got a lot of time, and we've got a man that owns a big piece of property that, that wants to do something with it. And if you've driven by it lately, I'd like to see activity out there than what's going on out there, because at one time, they'd had it painted and all redone, and it's now just tagged and beat up all the heck again. So I just, I'm probably asking the same thing
No,
Michelle's asking
you're-
in a different very. I'm just trying, so we're gonna stumble across these all over. And I don't know what we're gonna do about some of these other projects coming. I mean, we've got a huge offshore wind project that doesn't seem to make anybody happy right now. So.
No, you're right. There are a lot of projects that's coming up. And like you said, back in 21, that report went to the TIPO. The TIPO brought the reports back to the council. So then this is where the discussions come into effect. The council needs to talk to the TIPO. The TIPOs don't make the decisions for the tribe. It's the council that makes the decision for the tribe. So the TIPO probably brought the report back and had probably agreed with Bill Rich saying, yes, we agree with this and all that, but he still has to report back to council. Council gives them the directions and the marching orders on what to do next. That's where the government-to-government part comes in. The tribe is all for economic development. Trust me, we want economic development because I guarantee that probably some of our tribal members worked at that old mill site. Almost 100% guaranteed. We want economic development back in this community. But we still have to follow the ordinance that we work together as a tribe and a county regarding cannabis. We knew cannabis was going to be a big industry. That's why we created these ordinances. And this is why we're following this, because we created it. So if we step back and say, yes, let's move it, step back, then we're going backwards instead of forward. And that's why the tribe wants to stick to the ordinance that you have. Let's not move backwards, let's move forward. By moving forward, let's come back to government. Let's come back to the table and let's talk about this again. And what I mean by being government to government, that's bringing all the tribes. Because you have a lot of tribes in your county that need to be approached. And all the tribes need to be at the table from the beginning to talk about these ordinances. That's how it would work. And maybe you might get the tribes to agree, yes, let's move it, but let's push it back. But in order to do that, you need to have all the tribes together. I can't speak upon the Yurok tribe. I can't speak for the Bear River tribe. I can't speak for Hoopa. I can't speak for Karuk. I can only speak for my people. But if you want this to work, Rex, what I'm saying is that this needs to come back to the table. You need to have all the tribes here so we can talk about this and create a new ordinance.
Any supervisors have a comment or a question, or Supervisor Wilson? We're back to the board. This is in your district, so.
I understand that. I think it's, for me, it's pretty simple the way that the ordinance is written. And I think that the staff's interpretation of the ordinance is correct. As uncomfortable or as that may be, I think I agree with staff's interpretation and the recommendation. I don't think we can negotiate from the dais that this particular situation today. I don't know how, I mean, we've had this particular situation and we've had the cultural district. And other than that, out of the thousands of, how many permits have we processed in this?
Over 1,000.
Over 1,000. Over 1,000 of these cannabis permits. These are the two that have probably been most controversial with relationship to cultural resources issues, I think. At least the ones that have raised to the level of coming to this body. I'm not sure how many more that is going to be, so I'm weighing about whether or not it's really actually worth going through the process of adjusting this ordinance based on the workload of all of the other issues that we have to deal with, and with our staff and long-range planning. You know, where we would prioritize that if we were to even give direction to come to figure out a solution to this. I mean, we could put it on the list, but I just don't know where I would put it in terms of prioritization. I mean, that's kind of where I'm at with this. It's just the way it's written. I was, Supervisor Bohn's correct, I was not here for ordinance 1.0. I didn't agree with ordinance 2.0. And frankly, I hadn't actually really had the time to pick apart this particular issue with relationship to 1.0 because I wasn't on the board at the time. Does it seem like there could be adjustments made to this process? I think absolutely that this is definitely not where it should be. It's a somewhat simplified version of something that is obviously more complicated, and as brought up by the gentleman from Ronerville.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but please don't identify us as Ronerville.
Okay.
Bear River.
Bear River.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I should
That's
probably-
okay. I appreciate the correction. It's all good. From Bear River. Yeah, this is very appropriate. Thank you. I appreciate that. But the point I'm trying to make is that I've forgotten it now.
We can come back to you.
I'll bring it back. It's okay. I just want to say that the sort of broad nature of the potential application when in the language was not very specific, and I appreciated that because it points to again at the time when the ordinance was written, not every situation was thought of because we hadn't been in that situation before. But I want to also point out that we've had a lot of conversation and questions about other things other than cannabis, but this only applies to cannabis. So I just want to be really clear about this. This doesn't apply. The thresholds that we're talking about in this situation do not apply to any other development application. Those have their own processes that have been set forth, and they are what they are. And can they be negotiated in the future to be different and all those things? Sure. But in this moment, this is just cannabis related. So we're at this juncture because of that. If it was something else, we would have the process would be significantly different. These conversations would be quite a bit different. That's all. I agree with staff's with interpretation, and I would, if the board wants to move forward with reevaluating these components of our cannabis ordinances, I would ask that we really think about where that is in the list of all of the other long-range planning ordinance issues that we have to deal with relative to. This is really important to the people in the room today. I acknowledge that. However, we also have a whole ton of other things that we have on the list that we have been trying to get to. One of which I think is figuring out how we have a long-term plan for how we have interface with tribal governments. Humboldt County has both the largest tribe and the largest reservation of any county in California. We could be doing more to interface and have government-to-government discussions, and I think we're going to be moving in that direction in the future, but we need to grow that capacity.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you through the chair. Director Ford, so from Chairman Hernandez, I hear him say that he is following the ordinance and that's a sticking point. So I'm wondering so a denial today, and then if we do an ordinance check-in or reevaluation with the tribes and this changes, what does that do to this project from a denial today?
Well, any action today does not affect the overall action on the project. Where the ordinance stands today is that the project really can't be approved. If the board were to identify and give direction to look at modifications to the ordinance, that application could remain where it is right now until that process has resolved itself.
So, thank you for that. I had a discussion with you yesterday about that there are probably several things, more than several, things that need to be discussed with concerning the 1.0, 2.0, one of those being power issues. So I'm wondering if that is a direction that this board, and I hear you, Mike, say, you know, how high on the totem pole is that? And that there are lots of things out there. But I do think that this county has set these ordinances up, and the intent of those ordinances were to produce products that were sustainable in Humboldt. This clearly, according to Chairman Hernandez, is a hurdle, and he identifies it as a hurdle in the ordinance that wasn't well addressed. So I'm wondering if there's a flavor from this board today to possibly move in that direction and seek those clarifications to see if we can come to a good resolution moving forward with 1.0.
I have a question based on what you said. Would you have interest in asking Director Ford what a motion could look like that would?
Yes, I would.
I mean, just so that we know what you're referring to.
So very simply, I think the board report gave an alternative recommendation. I don't think there's any other way to make a finding right now that anything other than a single tribe can currently make the determination of a tribal cultural resource. And then the motion would then include what's really an alternative is direct staff to take other action as appropriate, including but not limited to directing staff to initiate an amendment to the CCLUO.
So that would be staff's recommendation with the addition?
That would, yes.
Okay, so I'll make that motion.
Is there a second? I was going to ask another question, but Supervisor Wilson?
Can you repeat that motion one more time?
Sure. So this is on the front page of the staff report.
Yep.
It starts with number 3.
Yep.
Find that a single tribe can determine that there is a tribal cultural resource. And then alternative number 4, direct staff to take other actions appropriate, including but not limited to directing staff to initiate an amendment to the CCLUO to allow a CEQA focused process to resolve disagreements between tribes. And
okay. We haven't given direction yet, I don't think, and maybe you can correct me. We haven't given direction yet to to do amendments to our cannabis ordinance with relationship to the other issues that we have talked about, or do you feel like that's on your plate now?
We currently do not have specific direction to make other amendments to the ordinance, no.
So, I mean, we've had the issue of water come to us, we've had the issue of energy come to us, and so I'm kind of wondering, you know, is this direction, would you feel like it's embedded in a broader cannabis ordinance update, or would you feel like this is very specific to this issue?
The way that was written was specific.
Mm-hmm.
I would be cautious about getting too far outside of that today. I think that the more appropriate motion would be probably a third item if it was desire of the board to address other items, to bring back a work program to identify modifications of the ordinance in addition to this.
That we might have to do that separately for them from today, or what do you feel like about that?
Given the fact that some of the other items that you mentioned and that Supervisor Bushnell has mentioned relative to water, power, and there are some other things that have been discussed, given that those are not agendized today, it would be safer to ask staff to come back with a list of items to be addressed in terms of a work program to amend the ordinance with, and have that discussion separately.
Okay.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. Thanks, Supervisor Wilson. Additionally, with my discussion with Director Ford yesterday, he and I had talked about what you're just talking about, and would it be appropriate, and I don't think it can happen today as he stated, but that maybe a cannabis ad hoc pertaining to those be reinstated, and that would be a future discussion. Is that correct, Director Ford? And so so if we were to bring those other items back, as Supervisor Wilson is saying, then that would be then the time we could have that discussion.
It'd be good to agendize that as part of that discussion, yes.
And that would come from your department?
We could do that, yes.
Okay. Does that need to be included in today's
If
motion?
that's your desire, it would be helpful to have that included in your motion, yes. So it would be a third item to bring back a list of discussion points to modify the CCLUO and discuss the possible formation of the cannabis ad hoc.
So I will add that to my motion if the seconder is okay. That would be you.
Yeah.
Did you read it, Nick? Okay, thank you.
I just have one question for you. The thing that I keep looking at is there a way to make sure that consultation happens sooner so that things don't get so far down the road? I mean, I don't know how you fix that other than what the time frame was or when the decision was, but it seems that that's part of the problem.
Well,
a challenge.
In fairness, and I don't want to be defensive here, but as soon as the application was complete, we did refer it to the tribes with the archaeological report. The email that you've been hearing talked about was the response to that initial referral that went out as soon as the application was complete.
So, but there's still, we can see that things can change then apparently between. Supervisor Bohn?
And I think that's the confusing part. How's an applicant supposed to take a document that says, you know, and I fully understand how it came about, knowing the whole recourse list, but how does an applicant a year later find out after large? So I would like to follow through with this on a faster than slower basis, so what's fair for the applicant and the tribal and the tribe's cultural, all the tribes and rancheria's cultural aspects. Because I think tribes and rancherias are both federally recognized, right?
If they're not federally recognized, they're recognized at the state level, which is where we do our consultation to find out who we should be coordinating with, and those are the tribes that we coordinate with.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Madrone?
These are always tricky issues because there's so much at stake for everybody, right? Lessons learned, I think we heard today pretty clearly that until a tribal council weighs in on a subject and provides that feedback back, it's not really final. You know, what a TIPO might say, or other staff might say, or even a council member might say, is not a final ruling from the tribe, right? It really comes down to the tribal council weighing in. In this case, it took a little while, you know, after that first referral, and so that's part of what created the problem. But, you know, from an investment perspective, it'd be nice to be able to get that assurance from a council before making massive investments. That's not always possible. I recognize people want to move forward and all the rest of it, but that would be one of the lessons learned here, perhaps. And I think that's happened before on recent projects where comments were made by staff, but it wasn't really final until the council weighed in on it. So that would be one of the lessons learned here, I guess, in this process. I also don't think, you know, the item number 4 to direct staff to initiate an amendment to the CCLUO to allow for a CEQA-focused process to resolve the disagreements between tribes. We already have a CEQA process in place for all of this, and even if the ordinance wasn't here, I don't actually believe that the CEQA process would resolve the differences of opinion between the tribes in this case, from what I've heard. And I think, again, a lot of that comes down to the disagreement about what is ancestral territory, what rights do rancherias have, what rights do tribes have. And again, let me be very clear. As I understand it, in federal law, all tribes are equal under federal law. Rancherias, federally recognized tribes, they're all equal. But there is absolutely some difference of opinion around what exactly those rights entail in terms of ancestral territory, in terms of you know, who weighs in on things like this, right? And you end up with these differences of opinion because of unclear boundaries on some levels. You know, I mentioned that earlier. I think it'd be wonderful to have all of the tribes and all of the rancherias come, you know, to work with the board to have a discussion about that particular issue at some point in the future, because I don't think this project is the first or last of these kinds of disagreements between different tribes. And it would be nice to kind of sort that out, because I don't think that's going to go away. I think we're going to continue to see differences of opinion between people because of where they come from, because of what they consider to be their territories and the rest of it. So, you know, and we already did direct planning staff just several weeks ago to come back with a report on what the impact of that cannabis initiative is going to be. And I imagine that in that process, we're kind of looking at a number of these issues. This one, energy, roads, water, all these other things. So I'm currently not supportive of the motion with all those additions there. I think the simplest thing to do would be to just find that a single tribe can determine that there is a cultural resources. That's the primary thing that we're here today to weigh in on. And what we direct staff to do or not do, given all the workload and all the other things, as Supervisor Wilson was mentioning, I'm not sure where we're going to go with this per se by doing that, frankly, because I think there's a lot bigger issues at stake and involved here. So I'm supportive of that portion of the motion, but not all the rest of it at this point.
Okay. Thank you, Supervisor. I had Bohn and then I heard Bushnell, so.
I don't want, and I certainly don't want to overload Director Ford, but from my understanding, we're not getting any cannabis applicants in right now. Am I fairly correct on that?
That is correct.
So the workload may be a little bit lighter because we don't have as much time. So this may be a fix that we can do now, because you want to fix things as soon as possible, because this is starting to come up more often. It hasn't happened a lot, you're right, but it is starting to pop up. So maybe the few we get, it may be more popular. So I just, without overloading your workload, is this something that we'll be able to do?
Well, there are some things to balance in terms of the workload of the department. If it's going to be done by the long-range planning unit, we have a fixed number of staff that's really based upon budget and current priorities that are assigned. And I think that if it is to happen fast, it would have to bump some other things. Another option is to have people within the cannabis unit work on this, but that cannabis unit is to be funded by processing of applications, and so there's not general fund money there to pay people to do that work. They are all devoted to processing permits.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Thank you. You don't have to answer now, but I know some of that staff are, you know, there's not a lot going on right now, as stated by yourself just presently. And to go back to Supervisor Madrone's statement, I understand the issue, this one issue. However, the item number 4 that we added, there are lots of compounding issues that are happening right now within the cannabis world that need to be addressed. I don't know, what, are we going to wait?
Are you okay?
So I don't know where, you know, it seems like it's appropriate now to have an item come back to have that discussion, and that's that number 4 that we added. So I don't know.
All right, Supervisor Madrone?
Yeah, no, I can appreciate that, Supervisor Bushnell. I think my concern is, as was stated earlier, it's not just the workload on the cannabis stuff, but it's the long-range planning staff that would be involved in these kinds of things. And we have such a backlog of issues that are already on their plate. For instance, we passed our general plan, what was it, in the fall of 2018? I think it was 2017? 2017, and we're supposed to then adopt all the zoning changes that go with that within 2 years. I know that's not a hard and fast 2 years, but it is an important state guideline. And we did do the text amendment part to the changes to the zoning ordinance, but we have not applied the zoning changes that were, recommended by the general plan update. And part of getting that whole process done, which has now been 5 years, 4 or 5 years, literally, we're falling way behind on all that. And part of finishing that requires us to do these community plan updates. I believe that's an important part of getting the whole zoning process completed. And those community plan updates have now been delayed by 3 years.
With due respect, I think the county council, it looks like we might be going a little further afield.
The point,
but yes,
I'll get back to the point. The point is, I think staff, long-range planning staff, are already overloaded with stuff that is much higher priority that we need to get done, and we're not getting done because we keep adding these kinds of things to the workload. Thanks for bringing me back to the focus.
Well, thank you. I needed help to do that. I was.
No problem.
Going.
So that's my concern there, is that they're already loaded up.
All right. There's a motion and a second, and I think it's duly noted that planning is way overburdened. But I was going to say, I just want to say it's really hard sitting here today. My last 2 meetings, it's like, if people think that we're cruising through my last 2 meetings, we're not. We're having a lot of really fun conversations that are really hard. And it's none of our decisions, well, many of them are not easy, and this is one of them. So I did want to ask the county council, since they represent, they're basically government, can I give this gentleman an opportunity to come back to the microphone now that we closed everything? I just like to go through you.
You may, Chair Bass.
Thank you. I just want to be sure.
Again, John D. McGinnis, Tribal Council Member at Large, Bay of the Roanoke Rancheria. I do respect the decision for finding that a single tribe can determine if there's cultural resource in the context. But I don't think that the two things need to be mutually exclusive. You can find that a single tribe can identify something as a cultural resource, but the ordinance clearly is the issue. But the ordinance doesn't state that if there is a tribal cultural resource that something cannot happen. There is an ability to waive a setback. And if, I don't want to misquote you, but I believe what Chairman Hernandez stated was that the issue right now is the ordinance. It's not about the site, which I do recognize that it's a tribal cultural resource to the Wiyot tribe. I do recognize that there was once a village site there, but I also think, based on the ordinance as it sits now, that does not need to impede this project. I mean, unless there's a reason specifically, other than that they identify a cultural resource on that site, that we can't mitigate that, shorten the setback, do something alternative than just 600-foot setback or nothing. I mean, I don't see a reason why that can't be mitigated or any negotiation there. And then I do understand that the planning committee has a lot of long-term stuff that they're going on, but one of the supervisors did mention, with so few cannabis applications coming through now, I feel like the cannabis employees that are currently working, they could get this done. I mean, I myself am a very, very busy person, and if something comes up that's very quick, I can take 20 minutes out of my day, 2 hours out of my week to make sure that it gets done, and that's not a lingering issue. I mean, yes, there's these big things, like you said, there's something that had to get done in 2 years, and it took 5. Obviously, this is not something that's going to take 5 years to set 3 meetings with 4 or 5 different local tribes for an hour each to get this coastal zone commercial cannabis land use ordinance to at least be acceptable by everyone. Like Rex said, the 600 feet is just a number that was thrown out. And obviously, 2018, super, super quick, had to get done, or else you were falling under the state, and we don't want to do that. But I don't want to take too much of the time, and I know you guys are about to vote. But I don't think that this needs to be the only determination today, and I don't think that with this determination it has to exclude an opportunity for mitigation or a waiver of the 600-foot setback. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Director Ford, and then I think I had Supervisor Bushnell. No, I didn't. Okay, after Director Ford, we'll go to Supervisor Madrone.
I'd just like to clarify that the 600 feet can be waived currently. It's not a 600 feet or nothing. It can currently be waived by the tribe that declares that there is a TCR. And what has happened in the past, and I'm not trying to stir anything up, but I just want to be clear, is that where there have been TCRs identified, where there have been setbacks identified, where a cannabis cultivation site is even on the TCR, tribes have worked with applicants to relocate the cannabis, to do other things under the existing ordinance to make it work.
And so the current motion would allow at least, the project is not going to die on the current motion because there's still work.
Does not die with the existing.
So, and I apologize, Supervisor Madrone, apparently Supervisor Bushnell had one, and I kind of said, we'll go Bushnell then Madrone.
Thank you, and thank you for that clarification, Director Ford. However, I did ask Chairman Hernandez that question, and he said that because of the ordinance and language, can you come back up, Chairman? So I just want to make sure that I'm understanding you correctly, because I did, my motion does reflect that, and I asked you specifically that question, if there was room for mitigation, and you said because of the ordinance and the way it stands and your, the rest of your tribe, that wasn't an option. Is that correct or not?
That's correct.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
But I want to make one quick statement to young Councilman McGinnis's comment. This site is a village site, and I want everybody to understand this. This is a village site that got demolished. But you have to remember, when somebody was sick in that village, they actually did a dance in that person's house. So you know there were ceremonies held on that village site. When their individual was sick, they would perform a brush dance in the individual's home, where they would remove the roof and do the ceremony for that sick child or that sick elder. So just imagine how many ceremonies were held on that village site over the years. That's why the tribe is also claiming it as a TCR. We know what's there.
Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to ask the motion maker and the seconder if they'd be willing to split this motion, because I'm conflicted. I'd like to vote yes on the first part of the motion, but I would like to vote no on the second part of the motion, and that's always a trick here, right? So would you be willing to separate the motion into two items and have one item first and then the second item second?
I'm going to ask our council if that works.
Oh, yeah.
Seems like
I believe that can be accomplished if the board would like to do that.
I'm not opposed.
Okay, thank you. How about the seconder? Thank you both. I appreciate that consideration. Oh, I understand you didn't do it for me, but I thank you anyway.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. Nikki, would you mind telling us then what the first one would be in this, or Supervisor Bushnell?
Thank you. I think the first motion for clarification would be just staff recommendation with no additions. Is that correct?
Yeah, item 3.
Item 3, yeah. And then the other items would come as a second motion. And then I think up to you, we're going to vote on it.
If we're ready to go, we'll vote on the first one. Is there clarity now, or at least if people are comfortable enough? Okay.
Okay, that motion passed 4-1.
And would you like to restate the second motion again?
And this is the one with the the ad hoc. Is that
Item 4.
Yeah.
So item 4 and, yes, and the addition that Director Ford had stated. Do you want to clarify?
For clarity, could
Yep.
I ask that just be brought back as part of a list of action items to be considered by the board?
Yep.
As part of a comprehensive look at the CCLUO?
Yes.
So then we don't need a second motion then?
Yeah, we
Because
don't.
that was part of staff recommendations?
Well, no, it was
Wasn't it?
just staff recommendation number 3.
Yep.
That was the first motion.
The first, okay.
The
so this
second
is
motion.
4.
What's that?
This would be staff recommendation number 4.
Well, I'm encouraging the motion maker to simplify it and to direct staff to come back with a comprehensive set of issues that would be addressed under a prospective modification to the CCLUO, and to consider formation of an ad hoc committee.
Yes.
Yes, Supervisor Wilson?
Just a process question. So it's really not even specific to this item. It's really about bringing back the CCLUO for all the reasons that we've been talking about.
Correct.
Okay. And do you perceive your direction really is to come back to have a discussion about that?
Correct.
Okay, not to actually bring back direction, or it's just like, what are we going to do?
We're bringing back a list of things that would possibly be worked on.
Okay, I'm comfortable with that. I mean, as much as I think that we have to judge about where, or figure out where that is on our priority list, we probably should have a discussion about whether it goes on the list at all, and where that might be. So I'm okay with this. I understand that. Yeah, thank you. That's my understanding anyway.
When I had Supervisor Moon, but I also heard Supervisor Bushnell, so.
Well, clarification, I voted no on the last item, not because I don't respect what was said. What I'm saying is this 4 complements or works with 3, and I think things might change if, as Tribal Chair Hernandez said, as he said, getting the tribal leaders together to discuss, and they may come up with a different government to government where they work out a situation where one tribe, it needs to be a couple. I don't know what that looks like, because I think are there 8 tribes that'll have to come together? And I think they're all willing to do it. I think it's 8, and so I look forward to that. But I was worried about taking an answer, making a statement up here when we don't have an answer from you, the tribal governments yet. And I think we're putting our cart in front of the horse when we don't have an answer from you, but we want to give you what we feel. So that's why I voted no.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Thank you for clarification. I voted yes because we don't have an answer, and that's what's in the ordinance. However, I want to address Supervisor Wilson and also ask Director Ford. I hear what you're saying, kind of, but it sounds like you don't want this item to come back on the list, and I definitely do want it to, because it is an item that needs to be addressed.
I'll clarify. I think it's fine to have it on the list.
Okay.
I mean, well, let me just put it this way. I think it's fine to have it on the list for our discussion in the future to figure out how we prioritize the CCLUO. Matter of fact, anything in that ordinance, I think we could discuss at a future date on how we might move forward with this. We just haven't had that discussion, and I would not be adverse to adding this to that list.
And so, Director Ford, you understand that, right? Okay, thank you, and I'm fine with that motion.
Okay, so Nikki?
Okay, can I do a final clarification, please? I have the Board of Supervisors approve the recommendations. 1, direct staff to bring back an item with comprehensive set of issues to be addressed under the CCLUO, and to direct staff to bring back an item to discuss possible formation of a cannabis ad hoc committee. Okay.
I want to thank everyone for their patience today, by the way.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
All right. So we'll now close that public hearing. We'll take a brief break. I think I need at least 10 minutes. But all right, thank you for letting us take that break. So I believe our next item actually is being brought forward by me, and I've asked Cassandra Hesseltine from the, Redwood Region Entertainment and Education Liaison to the Humboldt Film Commission. Long title. She's just awesome and brings us wonderful projects. And I still have your picture. Oh, wait, it's not on my wall anymore. You're in a box like everything else is in my office now. I know I have it. So at this point, I'm looking forward to getting a presentation. We have some suggested actions on there, and just tell us about the excitement that you got going on. And she has Scott Adair with her.
I do, one of my favorite people. I do have a PowerPoint presentation. I'm assuming that will be.
Assumptions are really dangerous
I know.
around here.
Oh, I
there it
use
is.
the word loosely. Okay. And then which is just that one. All right. So yes, I am Cassandra Hesseltine, the Film Commissioner for Humboldt and Del Norte counties, the Redwood region as we call it. And first I want to start off by saying, Supervisor Bass, thank you for bringing this presentation forward today, and thank you for all the 12 years that I've been Film Commissioner. You've been amazing at supporting the Film Commission and really contributing to us, being a better project for the community, and I really appreciate the collaboration that you've given us and the support. So thank you for all that time, since this is your second to last meeting. So
thank you.
Really appreciate you. So just to hit some highlights of where we are and where we want to go, production activity for the past 12 years, we've had over 250 film shoots in the Redwood region. Over 200 of those have been in Humboldt County itself. That's approximately 14 million direct dollars that have come into the community outside of the county that we have benefited from: hotel stays, food, crew, vendors, and when you add the multiplier, that feels more like 41 million that has happened in the past 12 years. We are excited, obviously, for projects like The Craftsman that is doing incredibly well. We also perhaps might have a major studio feature film that is going to be coming this summer to film, as well as many projects in between. So we're doing very well as far as future film activity. As far as marketing and FAM Tour, we were granted through Headwaters Fund grant a grant to be able to throw our second FAM Tour. Our last one was about 10 years ago. And so we brought up 7 location managers that worked on anything that you name, huge studio feature films, TV shows, and car commercials. We just brought them up in November and showed them around for 3 days, all the stellar locations that we have, and they were thrilled. They were very excited to go back and see what they could bring back to our area. So we're looking forward to see what that, the return on investment on that ends up being. We also focus on film tourism, and we have a new project that right now is the working title, Forest Moon Days. So as you may recall, we have the Map of the Movies app, which has been downloaded or printed over 200,000 times. It's on our website that can be printed. You can get the app on iOS and or Droid, as well as we print out the brochures, and that goes out to all the chambers and visitors bureaus and hotels and different establishments that deals with tourism. And every once in a while, we get a phone call from somewhere out of the area that they want us to mail them a map. And through that map, we then, about 10 years ago when we started, creating this whole program, Map of the Movies, where you can go do a self-guided tour of, see where all the movies that filmed in the area are at. We also started working on what we call basically a Return of the Jedi Festival. And in that case, what it is we want it to be like a 3-day Star Wars community event, sort of like Twilight has in Oregon. And so based on the Twilight movies, they have an event for anywhere from 3 to 5 days. They bring in all kinds of speakers, and a lot of tourists that are enamored with the movies go to that area, like thousands. So our goal would be to do something very similar on a weekend where it would be the first weekend, possibly in June is where we're slated. So we would already have some built-in programs. Like we would have Friday Night Market, we would have Arts Alive, and then we could build from there, where we have activities that are all Star Wars related. So we would get everybody to buy into all the hotels and the restaurants could dress up in Star Wars garb. You'd have, food or anything that is related to that. Of course, we have some intellectual property that we have to have some guidelines that we would work around, and we'd be working with Lucasfilms on that. But this could potentially be a huge tourism activity. Star Wars fans, and I have a fanatic in my house, will go above and beyond, out in a galaxy far, far away to get to these kind of events. And so we are pretty excited about what this could mean as far as bringing outside tourists to the area. So that's kind of our normal days. And some of the other things that we now want to work on that we're really excited about is two other things that we've added to our routine here is working on an incentive program for the area, and that would be a film incentive program. So as you may know, about 10, 15 years ago, there started to be runaway shoots. They started leaving California, and production started going to Georgia, New York, Canada. There was a TV show that might have been named after the city that went to Canada instead of filming here because they got a tax incentive about 10 years ago up in Canada. Well, since then, tax incentives have popped up everywhere, and they can be rebates, they can be incentives, and almost all countries and states have some type of tax incentive. Well, now the next phase is regions, counties, cities now are kind of expected. That's the next thing. So, okay, we got the California tax incentive, but what do you have in your part of California? So now we're having to not only, we thought, phew, we got that, we helped, make the California tax incentive happen, but now we have to actually come up with a local regional one. Something comparable to like Shasta County, which they have one. Obviously, we might not be able to do the same as like San Francisco's, but there are many of them throughout California that we're looking at and seeing, okay, what would fit our area and help entice productions to come to our area? Because that's the biggest draw for it, because people sometimes get confused and think, well, why would we give the film industry, which already brings in a lot of money, why would we give them any type of breaks or any type of incentives? Because it's to keep them here and it's to capture them. If we're competing with Shasta and they have an incentive and we don't, the production could go there. And I know you might say Shasta is a different terrain, but believe it or not, we've competed with them many times as a rural area to film in. So we're in the research phase of trying to figure out which one would be best and most beneficial to actually encourage productions to come here, as well as wouldn't put a lot of energy and time on staff, whether it is the tax program or the Film Commission office. And the last thing that we're working on, which we're very excited, and this is something that was definitely a dream of the Film Commission prior to me becoming Film Commissioner, back when the board was first forming. They were always wanted to be some type of film hub this far north in Northern California. And in about 2014, we started putting it on our actual agenda of how can we make a soundstage happen. So a soundstage is more than just a warehouse. It literally protects the sound from outside. It is a weather place, so we get a lot of rain, as well as there's a lot of special effects. And if you want to do something like have a famous star in the top of a redwood and you don't want them to get injured, you build the top of the redwood inside a warehouse and shoot it as if you're on top of the redwood, but really you're in a safer zone. So why is it important for us to have a soundstage? There is no soundstage between San Francisco and Portland. We would be the only one, kind of like the university being this far north and to fill this area. So anything filming in a large radius, if they're filming on location, they may come here and use our soundstage instead of going back home. Every time an indie feature film, a studio feature film, sometimes TV shows, car commercials, they might want to do something inside, especially if they're worried that they're going to have any rainy days. They ask me, do you have a soundstage? And I always have to say no, but we have warehouses or fairgrounds. It's not the same thing. And half the time they end up opting to go back home to shoot anything. For instance, Wrinkle in Time perhaps would have continued to stay here if we would have had a soundstage. But instead they filmed just the exterior shots. And so we would be retaining productions here. Not only would we be retaining productions, but it could also be used not even for the actual soundstage portion. It would have a huge parking lot, offices, space for art department. So all of those productions that maybe don't use a soundstage, don't need it, would still rent it out. It also could be used as collaboration with both colleges. So we could work with film students and any other type of students that are wanting to, on the fringe of the industry, that wanted to do internships, possibly paid jobs, and they'd be working with professionals. We also could open it up to filming for film students. Obviously, that would have a shorter window of just when it's available, but that is also an idea that we've been having as well. So there's a lot of opportunity of how to use the soundstage with an economic benefit for the area. And it would really put us on the map even more than we are in the film industry. So this is our very overly enthusiastic schedule that, if I could make things happen, this is how I would make it happen. We are hoping to launch, the working title Forest Moon Days this summer, as well as we have a studio feature film right now slated to be coming. We hope that we would have next year a film incentive, package pretty much ready and dialed in, and that we would also be working on researching and implementing the soundstage. The soundstage is a bigger project, obviously takes a lot more money and involves a lot more stages of, obtaining the money, obtaining the site, and all the things that come with that. And then, if I had my way, in 2 years, we'd have that functioning soundstage, but perhaps it might take, a couple years longer than that. So these are some high hopes that we have, but we are excited and feel that we are ready to work on these kind of projects. So what are we asking? The three projects really that are the newest parts that really need some help is the Forest Moon Days needs buy-in. So when we are ready and we have worked everything out with Lucasfilms, we're going to need buy-in from all the cities, the county, county-wide. We actually want to do it by county, so it would include both Humboldt and Del Norte because Return of the Jedi filmed in both counties. We would want that weekend would be slated and really seen as a Return of the Jedi festival. And so that everybody would buy in, hotels, restaurants, all the activities. Everywhere you go, you would see costumes and anything related to Star Wars, and Return of the Jedi specifically. And as we get closer, when we're ready to launch that, we would start putting out marketing material for everybody to know, how can they participate. The second two, the film incentive and the soundstage, what we really need is more continued help as well as more in-depth help from the economic development team from Humboldt County. I can't say how amazing Scott, Peggy, and Logan have been throughout the years. Out of my 12 years, the past couple years, really since Scott's come along as Economic Development Director, I have never felt so supported in the office by them. And the collaboration has been amazing, and we really need their guidance, their expertise in doing some more research on how to do a soundstage properly in the community and have it really benefit the community. I also want to give a shout out to our CAO's office, who also has been amazing. And I think in the past couple of years, I've really felt the most supportive I've felt in this whole journey of being a film commissioner. And so with that, it's to me the perfect time for us to launch all these events. So thank you.
Is that it?
That's it.
Scott, do you have anything you wanted to add?
I don't really have much to add other than we have been working with Cassandra and the Film Commission on some preliminary exploration of these projects. What the Film Commissioner is asking for is for us to help them to create a more comprehensive study and or proposal that could come back to your board. And your board would just need to authorize staff time for us to do that.
All right. That's Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you. Thank you for all you do, and I really appreciate the newfound collaboration between economic development. I agree, Scott and his team and Alicia have been doing a great job, and there's much more to come. And with that, I would move recommendation of all of the staff's recommendations, items 1 through 4.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Well, then what we will do is go to public comment. If you happen to be watching on the TV, you should have called in by now and pressed *9. I will start with those who are with us in the room. Is there anyone here who wanted to comment on this item? I thought there were. And just a heads up, we do have a 3-minute, and it's a pretty strict 3 minutes. It is a strict 3 minutes. Let me rephrase that. Nikki's fast with the mute button. Welcome.
Hi, my name's Tracy Boyd. 20 some odd years ago, I got my master's in film production here at Humboldt. And since then, I've worked as a professional director and producer based in Los Angeles. I'm also an active member of the Directors Guild of America. 2 years ago, I gleefully moved back here to Humboldt. I love Humboldt and want nothing more than to see it thrive. And I truly believe there's such an enormous opportunity here to grow as a regional film production hub with good paying film specific jobs and the vigorous economic development that comes with that. But film production not only spends a lot of money locally, but there are few industries that can boast the capacity to create good paying non-film specific jobs like film can, that cuts across so many trade fields like electricians, carpenters, fabricators, painters, IT, graphic design, accounting, office management, secretarial, textiles, drivers, catering, greens and landscaping, janitorial, and security, just to name a few. So I wholeheartedly support the Film Commission's mission to grow film production here in Humboldt, and I can personally attest that no single investment can generate that growth more effectively and sustainably than the presence of a soundstage facility. For perspective, even though I was based in LA, only 2 out of all the films and TV series that I've ever done were based in LA. It's all been on location. And on all of those projects, only once did we not use a soundstage. But even on that one, we would have if we could have. It just wasn't possible. So the desire to film on a location is because just like logging, fishing, or agriculture, film production is a resource-based industry. But instead of extracting those resources, film production showcases them, thereby putting value on their preservation. And that's what location filmmaking is all about. Finding places that don't look like Los Angeles, places with unique natural beauty, architecture, and community landscapes, all of which our region is blessed with. And as a filmmaker, that's what you're looking for. But filmmaking is also a business with enormous budget and time pressures. So when considering a distant location, a production has to look at how it fits in with all of its work, which almost universally includes a soundstage. The soundstage is such an integral part of the filmmaking process that rarely does a film or TV series not need one. And for the vast majority, it's an absolute must. So a soundstage would not only attract more productions here, but also keep them here longer, as Cassandra mentioned. Sound stages serve as a powerful magnifier, not just for shooting days, but also prep days, wrap days, and all the jobs and spending that those entail. And a properly equipped soundstage studio facility is the core to a film production infrastructure. And as the movies have taught us, if you build it, they will come.
Thank you, Tracy, and thank you for coming back to Humboldt County. Welcome back. Anyone else? Oh, I always say if you guys want to just line up on that side of the room, then I can see you better. Unfortunately, our CAO's head was in the way. Not saying anything. Welcome.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. It's now afternoon. My name is Honorable Polanco, and I'm a Humboldt resident and alumni of now Cal Poly Humboldt. I'm here today to express my support for the Film Commission because of the benefits it brings to our community and the local aspiring film professionals. 10 years ago, I started interning at the Film Commission's office and working on community projects like Movies in the Park, Map of the Movies, and Red Carpet Gala, which really drove home my support for the community and the community projects that we do. It has allowed me to gain social skills and knowledge that has led me to work on numerous A-list celebrity projects that have given me great job experience that has proved helpful when I moved down to LA. From 2017 to 2021, I worked in Los Angeles on locations and on sound stages. It was there that I learned the importance of a soundstage and what it has to offer to productions. During my time in Humboldt, I've seen projects having to reduce filming days due to lack of access to a soundstage. And though locals have gone above and beyond to try to create those things, it hasn't always followed through. Let's see here. My apologies here. During my time, let's see. Oop, I already said that. I'm so sorry. Furthermore, I see having a soundstage locally as a boon to our community. It would provide valuable on-the-job training to our local students that aspire to work in the industry, as well as it would bring more outside dollars to providing a valuable resource to productions that come to the area for filming and other media projects. Thank you for your time and listening for my public comment.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Aiden Tillett, and I have been a Humboldt resident my entire life. And I just recently began employment with the Humboldt Illinois Film Commission in October. And in that short amount of time, I've already seen the Film Commission, and the thing that I've been the most impressed with is how much financial support they brought into the community, and thousands of dollars just in the short amount of time that I've been there, that I've noticed, and which is really impressive to me as someone who's been in this community my whole life, and this community being important to me. And I appreciated and noticed the priority of prioritization of local businesses and organizations and local entrepreneurs. As someone who has owned my own business in this community, seeing how much they prioritize using local businesses and not only bringing money to this community, but making sure it goes right back into the community through the people who are working and living in it was very impressive, and I appreciated it very much. And the community, another thing I've been impressed with is the community involvement, not just bringing things to this community or finances to this community, but education, entertainment, making sure that the people in this community can and will be involved and also benefit in many facets. And I realized recently that I have been enjoying the efforts of the Film Commission for many years, with things including the Movies in the Park, and then also the amount of opportunities as a hairstylist. I was a hairstylist for 15 years. The amount of opportunities that I got for working on sets of movies that have come into this area. So I was benefiting from the Film Commission before I even really knew what the Film Commission was. And so now working there, I'm even more impressed and even more aware of everything that they're doing. And I can't express how much I support them and everything that they're doing, knowing that any kind of investment into the Film Commission is almost a direct investment right back into the community. So, thank you.
All right, thank you, Hayden. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Ann Warner, and I'm a volunteer with the Film Commission. I'm currently serving as the board president, and I'm here to just voice my support for the projects that have been identified. And really want to just share with you a couple of statistics that I found. The U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, PricewaterhouseCoopers, and Deloitte have all projected production and film and media production jobs to grow by more than 10% over the next 5 years. And these jobs, specifically the jobs involved in the industry, are high-paying jobs. They tended in the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, we're showing them starting at around $50,000 upwards. And those are best boys, grips, those types of things. Those are jobs, in addition to the ones that Tracy already mentioned, which are, you know, those jobs in the whole labor market is lifted by the addition of an industry that is healthy and is sustainable and is growing. And it's something that Humboldt County and the surrounding areas could benefit from tremendously. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Welcome.
Thanks. Hi, my name is Tiffany Miller. I grew up in Southern California with a family that worked in the entertainment business. I've worked in film and television as a writer, producer, and production designer for the past 23 years. I also moved here to Humboldt 2 years ago, and I'm so excited by its vibrant art scene and the growing film production crew base and resources. I support the Film Commission's mission to continue this growth, and I definitely want to emphasize what a huge role a soundstage has in the film production process and in making the entire production schedule work. I frankly can't imagine working on a film without one, and that's why everywhere you go, LA, Georgia, Louisiana, they're all booked. You can hardly find an empty stage. I would just add to what's already been said that a soundstage isn't just a big empty space, but it's specifically designed for the entire process of filmmaking. We not only build sets on them, but it is the place where all of our various departments work together and base operations out of. It's our safety net for bad weather, or if a filming location has a delay, or an actor gets sick, or a million other things. Having a stage with cover sets and alternate work can save a production a huge amount of time and money. So when filming in a place like Humboldt, where there isn't a soundstage, you really want to be there as little as possible. Get your shots and get back. But when you film in a place with a soundstage, you want to get as much of your film done there, hubbing around that soundstage as much as possible because it's the center of your production. And the filming also comes with all that prep time. A film might have 30 or 40 shooting days, but we might be prepping for it for about 6 months. Building sets, setting up gear, wardrobe, set decoration, prop construction, and on and on. So having a real soundstage will give Humboldt such a dramatic advantage for attracting film productions here. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I don't see anyone else coming forward. And there were none on the phone, so we'll return to the board. Oops, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Okay, we have Supervisor Bohn, and then Supervisor Bushnell has a question.
How many remote sound stages are built in California?
I don't know the exact number, but I know that they're all booked out. Even all the ones in the Bay Area, everything's booked out right now for a long time.
I'm trying to think how many are in rural areas.
Right.
Because
I don't know that number.
Because I'm looking at having buildings and stuff like that. The maintenance on keeping a building up and keeping it warm and keeping it with all the electronic equipment and everything else, keeping everything up would seem to be quite a bit of money for 2 films a year, do you think? Or, I mean, we don't get that now, but would that...
Well, we do get 2 films a year at least. We get about 20 to 25 projects a year in the
No,
area.
yeah, okay,
and we do get a couple movies a year, even if, like, we just had a feature film that shot here for 22 days, but most people don't realize it when that's happening. And the thing is that it will bring in more. The goal would also be to have a TV show that would need, like, for instance, right now, the Craftsman doesn't need a soundstage. They probably could still benefit from one, but they don't need one because the location that they're at is like their soundstage, right? So they have that built in by shooting there. But another TV show that maybe is a narrative that's a made-up story, they're going to go around, use our exterior locations, and then they're going to build like a set, you know, something inside. Maybe it would be a high school. I visited one in the Bay Area that was a whole high school built inside, and they do most of the days in there, and then they go get their exteriors elsewhere. We can't get a TV show like that right now here in the region without having some type of studio like that. So it would end up paying for itself eventually. You know, when you first start it, obviously you have to build up the reputation, but as people realize that we have it, it would end up paying for those costs that you're describing.
So you're looking at 100,000 square foot.
Well, it depends. We'd start probably with a couple smaller ones. I mean, I wouldn't mind bringing Tracy up here, please. Yeah.
They don't need to be contiguous in the same area, because I thought they were focused in one area. That's what I'm
They would be
saying.
on the same property. Ideally, you would have them on the same property, but ideally, you would have a couple different versions. And Tracy can talk more about, he's actually been helping us advising the Film Commission.
So, and what I would say, since he was part of public comment, but we did ask him up for the information.
Oh, I'm
so
sorry.
That's
Sorry
fine.
about that.
But yeah, so now I'm considering you part
He is
of the presentation.
He's been advising the Film Commission.
Well, one thing I would add is that when you get a TV series, often nowadays, those stages are booked year-round because it's more cost-effective to leave all the sets standing than to tear them down and rebuild them for each season. So landing a TV series would be a huge boon, not only to how much production is happening here, but also keep the facility working even year-round. And then what was the specific question?
How many of these are in rural areas? I mean, I'm
Well,
trying to
it's-
figure out what the maintenance and the costs, I'm trying to see what we're actually going after here.
Yeah, I don't know the answers to those questions. I would have to do some research on that. But they're showing up in rural areas all over. Missoula is in the process of building a $25 million stage. Athens, Georgia just built a giant stage facility because they're at 95% occupancy rate at this point. Productions are desperate for stage space.
Yeah, it's hard to get them, so they're starting to pop up in rural areas. And before, they were in bigger cities, you know, where there's a hub, where you have crew, where you have vendors. But now they're starting to pop up in more rural areas. So it's still new information that we don't have, that we could look into more about. But it's now, again, we would be the only one between San Francisco and Portland. And the ones in California, I think, are even higher booked out, maybe 95 to 98%. You know, you can't get one right now. It's very hard to get a soundstage. So we would be a new one in a rural area in a wider range of filming locations available.
And we're not, we're not doing any, there's no money attached, there's no soundstage. Go ahead, we'll find out more in the future. I'm sure you'll come back with more information, but.
Yes.
Did you have any more questions, Supervisor Bohn? Supervisor Bushnell?
Thank you. My question is for the CAO. So with the recommendations of 1 and 4, I understand those, and the financial impact goes with number 4. I'm curious to the financial impacts for 2 and 3.
I mean, I think it would be relatively minimal. It's a time constraint, right? It's because it's asking for the CIO's office to provide support in this. I don't know if Scott could anticipate what that time constraint might be.
I do, and so you're probably going to direct Scott's office to do this, and no, I'm not. This is I'm a procedural person, sorry. He's swamped, so I'm curious.
Well, and I would say, can I ask on top of that, have you already been, it sounds like you've already been working together to some extent.
I think I've got 2 hours left unscheduled in the week. I could. Our office processes all of the film permits. That is a purview which falls under economic development. So we already have an established relationship and work with the Film Commission. You're correct, Supervisor. We're very busy. What I would foresee our involvement being would be, 1, assisting with site selection. The Film Commission does not have that level of development or real estate expertise. So we would align the Film Commission with potential sites that could either be buildable or developed or rehabilitated for purposes of a soundstage, and or to work with CR and Cal Poly to see if they potentially have any facilities. All the negotiations would still be between the Film Commission and that property owner, but we would act as a convener to help identify potential sites for them. And then to help them draft an agenda item with a proposal that could come back in the future to your board, which would lay out what county level support for Forest Moon Days might look like, probably just something as simple as a declaration. And or what a film incentive program could look like. So I would guesstimate that all said, for all of that activity, our agency would probably put about 25 hours into supporting this initiative. And I think our billable burden rate is around $65 an hour.
And that burden rate comes to general fund?
Yeah.
And so thank you for that. And then the second thing is the, so including through seeking funding opportunities, and that's on item 2 and 3, what funding items or opportunities, what does that entail?
Because the Film Commission is a nonprofit, helping them to identify grant opportunities that they can either apply for or identify agencies in the community like HAF who help nonprofits find grants. Essentially grant coordination, not writing grants for them, but helping them to identify. The Film Commission is another agency like others we've discussed who they're good at what they do, which is the film work, but they don't have a lot of grant writing or grant coordinating expertise. So.
Thank you.
Supervisor Wilson?
Sorry. It seems premature, but you're not suggesting that this is a publicly owned facility, or is this basically helping the private sector sort of analyze whether there's an opportunity for, and I'm just saying that, asking this question, both sort of just trying to figure this out, but also like, hey, private property owners who have facilities you're looking to develop, listen in, there's this opportunity that these folks are talking about here right now.
Yeah, not publicly owned. However, if they receive a grant, there may need to be some sort of community benefit. So we have talked about in between shoots, perhaps making the soundstage available for community use and or for film students from Cal Poly or CR.
There would be community collaboration.
I have one last question, I'm sorry. So in identifying areas that could be potential sites, can you give an example of, or maybe it's not about this agenda item, but I'm just curious what the criteria, and maybe you can speak to it, would be for identifying potential sites?
Well, in our case, what we're looking for obviously is something big enough where we could have multiple sound stages, the potential at least, you know, depending on funds and how it all would go, that you at least could build on. You have to have parking that is large enough to have huge trucks that turn around and bring in equipment. So those are some of the details. You have to be able to have it somewhat secluded or protected so that if you are shooting anything outside, because you could also do a blue screen outside and do something, you know, use, I don't know if you've ever seen like back lots. A lot of times they'll even have a water tank, or they'll do, you know, some outside stuff that's right there attached to it. So with the possibility of expanding on those kind of things. So keep having it, you know, like I said, protected. So if there's any outside filming, having the parking lot, having multiple buildings for filming in, as well as office buildings that are there. So there's, and then some storage for any art department. One of the ideas that we were discussing was if something like this were to come to fruition, that when they build the flat walls that are set walls, you know, which are a lot lighter, they put wallpaper, they do whatever, we save those, store them. And so when maybe an indie film who couldn't afford to rebuild all that, they can pick a wall and reuse that. So there's ways of us being able to have other productions do it. So we would need an art space for art as well. So.
You know, it sounds like a wonderful thing, and I think Supervisor Madrone and I can say in the unincorporated areas, there's lots of space.
Yeah.
And we need lots of help.
We also, and one thing I have not brought up that I would really like to hit home, and Tracy was very much, you know, in favor of doing something like this, is, you know, being the green soundstage. You know, Humboldt County really represent Humboldt County being green. The film industry actually about 10 years ago did start going very green, you know, and they have a lot of, you know, that's a section that they often will ask, you know, what green resources do you have, you know? So in Humboldt County's, you know, name, we'd love it to be also something that would be, you know, a very green soundstage, which would help with obviously energy bills as well as protecting the environment that we are on.
Well, thank you for the clarification, both you and Scott.
All right, well, we do have a motion and a second. Any further questions? Supervisor Madrone?
Just a quick comment. I'm thinking about this commercial site that has lots of buildings and asphalt and parking and good access. Anyway, sorry.
Oh.
We would honor anything. we will honor.
All right, so I think we're ready to vote then. Wow, the vote button even came up again.
Okay, motion passes 5-0.
Great, thank you. And thanks for waiting through the long day. And speaking of that, we'll move on to the next item because I know Supervisor will. We have a little bit of a time crunch coming up, and we've had people in the audience who are very patient. So I'm going to ask Director Macklin to come up here, and we're going to have an update on the organic waste recycling that's coming forward.
Good afternoon, Chair Bass, members of the board. As stated, we have an update on SB 1383. For those that don't know, it's probably the most important climate action bill ever adopted by the state of California. It is a not just a public works issue, it's a multi-departmental within the county. It's all the cities within the county, and it's our waste management agency, all in cooperation with our haulers, which nothing would get done if we didn't have haulers to do it. With that, I'm going to turn over the staff report to my solid waste project manager, Jenny Weiss.
Oops.
Thank you. I'm new. Good morning, Chairwoman Bass, other supervisors, CAO, County Clerk, County Council. Thank you for having me here. My name is Jennifer Weiss. I'm a program coordinator for solid waste within the Public Works Department. I'm here today, like Tom said, to provide an update on the county's progress regarding SB 1383. It was signed into law by Governor Jerry Brown in 2016, and as Tom mentioned, it's the most significant waste reduction mandate to be adopted in California in the last 30 years. The law established statewide mandates, or statewide targets, rather, to meet diversion goals. And these are not jurisdictional organic waste recycling targets. What they are is SB 1383 requires the state to reduce organic waste disposal by 75% by 2025, and to recover 20% of edible food that's currently being disposed of. SB 1383 also builds on the existing mandatory commercial organics recycling law, AB 1826, that went into effect in 2016. And when we're talking about organic waste, for the purposes of SB 1383, you're talking about materials like green waste, wood waste, food waste, also fibers like paper and cardboard. So according to California Department of Resources Recycling Recovery, CalRecycle, food waste makes up 13% of what we throw away, and organic waste in general makes up over half of our waste stream. And so this morning I want to give a brief background and overview of the legislation, what our responsibilities are as a jurisdiction, and where we are with our progress, kind of what to expect in the near future. So I want to cover why this legislation is so important. When organic materials end up in the landfill, they break down anaerobically, which creates methane. It's a greenhouse gas that's 84 times more powerful than carbon dioxide. In California, landfills are responsible for 21% of the state's methane emissions. We all know that greenhouse gases are an immediate threat to our lifestyles and livelihoods in California. Landfilling organic waste and the creation of methane is a significant source of local air quality pollutants, which can cause respiratory issues and hospitalizations. But more noticeable are the effects of climate change we're seeing. We're experiencing warmer temperatures, drying out our forests, contributing to increasing local wildfires. We're experiencing cyclical droughts, bigger storms, and coastal erosion due to rising sea levels. The state and our local communities are already spending money fighting wildfires, removing debris, rebuilding homes. We're already experiencing public health and financial impacts from climate change, so action is needed to mitigate climate change now. And that's why the state enacted SB 1383. It was designed to reduce the global warming gases like methane, which is considered a short-lived climate pollutant. So these types of pollutants have an atmospheric lifetime of only days to a decade and a half, compared to carbon dioxide, which can persist for millennia in the atmosphere. So because these short-lived climate pollutants, which we call SLCPs, account for 40 to 45% of global warming, this strategy to reduce them, these SLCPs like methane, is essential to combating climate change. Reducing this gas now through actions like organic waste recycling will significantly reduce emissions and reduce the impact of climate change in our lifetime. In addition, the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, says that 1 in 5 children go hungry every night in California. So redirecting perfectly edible food that's being thrown away to feed those people in need can help alleviate this. According to the EPA, for every 2.5 tons of food rescued, that's the equivalent of taking 1 car off the road for a year. So highlighted here are the key dates for SB 1383 implementation and milestones. As I said, it was adopted in September 2016. CalRecycle collaborated with jurisdictions and other stakeholders for 2 years and approved the regulations on November 3rd of 2020. There was a 50% organic waste reduction goal by 2020 that was not met. And while the regulations did take effect on January 1st of this year, 2022, we're not required to enforce generators until January 1st, 2024. Now, CalRecycle could have begun enforcement actions on jurisdictions like ours that are not compliant starting on January 1st of this year. And major violations include willful, knowing, intentional, or chronic violations that could result in penalties between $7,500 and $10,000 per day. However, SB 619 passed in the fall of 2021, and that allowed jurisdictions to submit a notice of intent to comply, or a NOIC, and a resolution to CalRecycle if they couldn't be compliant by January 1st, 2022. And upon approval by CalRecycle, a corrective action plan, or a CAP, is developed for each jurisdiction that submits a notice of intent to comply. And then the administrative civil penalties that may have occurred in 2022 will be waived and then begin to accrue in 2023. So a notice of intent to comply was submitted by Humboldt County Public Works, and that gave us more time to adopt our ordinance, approve franchise agreements, and locally implement programs before we may receive fines. We've since met with CalRecycle, but we have not received our official corrective action plan from them yet. That corrective action plan, or a CAP, should establish compliance deadlines for the correction of our violations of the regulations. We also will not be subject to the administrative civil penalties that occur in 2023 if we comply with our CAP. In addition, the county has received waivers for many low population census tracts throughout the county. So those more rural areas that have less than 75 people per square mile will be exempt from the organic waste recycling requirement for 5 years.
I need to correct that. That 5 years is just for low population cities. For the county areas, that exemption is permanent. We do have to provide the education, but we do not have to provide the service in those areas.
Thank you for that. Thanks. Okay, so up on the screen are the jurisdiction responsibilities. The most basic element of this regulation is that all jurisdictions are required to provide mandatory organic waste curbside collection service to each of the residents and businesses. Jurisdictions must require that all residents and businesses to use an organic waste recycling service that meet the regulatory requirements, or they can self-haul their materials to an eligible site. SB 1383 is going to standardize collection programs with container labeling and colors across Humboldt County and the state. So here in Humboldt County, this is going to mean adding a green bin to all existing it's going to mean adding a green bin for all organic waste, including wood waste, food waste, manure, and fibers. to the existing blue and gray bin systems in place. So we're going to have a 3-bin system. And now some areas do already collect green waste curbside, but we have no permitted food waste collection infrastructure in the county. Therefore, food waste is not being collected at this time. And we are working on contract negotiations with our haulers to update our franchise agreements and ensure our compliance. We also must establish an edible food recovery program. Recovering edible food for human consumption reduces more than 3 times as much greenhouse gas as composting. We're also required to conduct education and outreach to all generators. All of the education and outreach requirements are specifically outlined in the regulations. And now procurement. So diverting 75% of discarded organics is going to require an end destination for the resulting final products. And so SB 1383 requires jurisdictions to annually procure a certain quantity of recovered organic waste to support the markets for recycled organic waste products. So this is a pretty complicated requirement, but basically each jurisdiction has an annual procurement target which establishes the minimum quantity of recovered organic waste products that a jurisdiction's required to procure annually. And there's various products that we can procure to meet these targets, including compost, mulch, biomass-derived electricity or renewable gas from anaerobic digestion that's used for transportation fuel or heating or electricity. And we'll get to decide on what the mix of eligible products that we would like to procure. And additionally, for procurement, all county departments that make paper purchases will also be required to purchase and keep purchase records for paper products that contain post-consumer recycled content and are recyclable. There are also capacity planning requirements for each jurisdiction. We have to be prepared in knowing what we're going to need to do to meet our state targets, and we have to be able to identify any jurisdictions, including ourselves, that don't have enough existing, planned, or new capacity for organic waste recycling. Likewise, we're required to plan for adequate capacity for edible food recovery. We have to identify whether new or expanded capacity is needed and expand and create new infrastructure to grow food recovery networks if additional capacity is needed. So this means making sure that our edible food recovery organizations have enough capacity and provide funding to ensure that there's capacity and collection services. And we'll also be required to monitor compliance and conduct enforcement actions if necessary. And this includes ensuring compliance with container color and labeling, as well as contamination monitoring requirements. So jurisdictions are required to enforce generators for compliance with the law. As I said, we'll be using a 3-bin organic waste collection service, and therefore we're required to conduct annual compliance reviews, and this is essentially a desk audit on commercial businesses that generate more than that generate 2 cubic yards or more per week of solid waste, in order to verify that the service is being provided or that they're complying through self-hauling. And this is going to be done through the Public Works Department, through our franchise agreements, through our haulers. We're also required to conduct route reviews of commercial businesses in residential areas for container contamination minimization purposes. These are a visual inspection to make sure that randomly selected containers are checked annually, and then education is provided if there's an issue. And this is also going to be done by Public Works through our haulers. And there are waivers, a couple of waivers that are going to be available to eligible businesses to exempt them from the organics collection requirements. And this includes a physical space waiver if a business just doesn't have the space for the collection container, or a de minimis waiver is for businesses that don't produce very much waste. And in addition, we have to develop an inspection and enforcement program that includes inspections of what we call Tier 1 and Tier 2 commercial edible food generators. There's specific definitions for these types of generators, but they refer to places like large supermarkets and restaurants and food distributors, medical facilities and education agencies that have on-site food facilities and large venues that produce waste. And so these types of inspections are going to be new for our jurisdiction. However, the Department of Environmental Health is going to conduct these inspections as part of their regular Cal Code inspections. What they're going to do is verify that these commercial edible food generators have a written arrangement with a food recovery organization or a food recovery service. They're going to make sure the food generators are recovering the maximum amount of edible food and that they're keeping and maintaining records. These are all requirements for the jurisdiction. And then another requirement on jurisdictions is the adoption of an ordinance or other enforceable requirement that requires compliance with Cal Green and water efficient landscape ordinance requirements. And they provide, these requirements provide readily accessible areas for recycling containers and commercial multifamily units. And in addition, new construction and landscaping projects are required to meet the water efficient landscape requirements for compost and mulch application. And the new building codes go into effect January 1st. The Cal Green is in place, and the model, the MUELO, the water efficient landscape ordinance, is going to be coming before the board very soon, probably in a few weeks. There are record keeping requirements as well, which means we're going to have to maintain all the information in an implementation record. This is also going to be handled by Public Works. This is just a graphic of all the items that we need to keep in the implementation record and report to Cal Recycle annually. So we have to report on our organics collection service, our hauler program, contamination minimization program, waivers, education and outreach, edible food recovery, recycled organic waste and recycled paper procurement, commercial edible food generators, inspections, and enforcement are all required for record keeping. And again, Cal Recycle reviews the implementation record as part of a compliance evaluation of our program. Jurisdictions are required to enforce generators for compliance. Using our 3-bin waste collection service, we're going to be required to, oh, whoops, I already said that, sorry. Okay, and as Tom mentioned, Public Works is going to play the largest role in implementing and monitoring for SB 1383, but there's going to be many departments involved, and each department's going to need to understand how SB 1383 impacts their work. So Public Works, we're involved with the hauler agreements and the local waste management processing facilities, the organic waste recycling facilities like compost or anaerobic digestion facilities. We may also be involved in civil engineering where compost may be utilized, like in erosion control along county streets or embankments. The motor pool has to report on tire recycling, could eventually be involved in procuring renewable natural gas for county-owned vehicles. And our park staff may be involved with assessing the need for local compost application to the parks and county landscaped areas. Board of Supervisors, you passed the local ordinance, enforcement ordinance to require all residents and businesses to subscribe to these services. This happened in June. The County Administrative Office is going to be involved in capacity planning and directing procurement of recycled organic products. Purchasing staff is going to be central to procuring recycled organic products and recycled content paper. County Council is going to be involved in our local enforcement ordinances and ensuring our programs are adequately resourced. Again, environmental health is going to be doing conducting the inspections of the commercial food generators for compliance. And code enforcement may be required to conduct enforcement duties as well. And the record keeping and reporting requirements extend to all departments that purchase paper and or recycled products. So again, multiple county departments are going to play a vital role in ensuring compliance with SB 1383. So here's kind of where we're at. I know that was a lot. Through a collaborative effort with jurisdictions within Humboldt County and the Humboldt Waste Management Authority, we've already completed the required organic waste capacity analysis and the food rescue capacity analysis. They were completed by a consultant, Edgar and Associates, and it was conducted for the county and all of the jurisdictions within the county through a joint RFP last year. We've met the ordinance requirements, as I mentioned, by updating our county code to ensure it has the enforceable mechanism. The language of our ordinance needs a little bit of refinement, so it's going to be coming back before you soon again just to finalize it, but it is marked done in the state's eyes. We've been developing required education and outreach in the form of radio ads and an updated solid waste website, and we have plans to send out mailers to businesses and residents informing them of what's to come. We're working collaboratively with the other jurisdictions within the county to develop an edible food recovery program for the county at this time. The county is going to be leading the development and onboarding of a food recovery program manager to implement the edible food recovery program in Humboldt through an RFP that should be released in early 2023. This position is going to cover all edible food recovery program operations for the county and participating jurisdictions that provide a cost share and an MOU or written agreement to the county. We've been working with purchasing to meet procurement requirements, and we've ensured they're aware their bid language needs to be updated and include the recycled content paper requirement. We've been talking with various departments to notify them of reporting requirements to ensure accurate and timely reporting takes place. But we still do need to develop a strategy to meet our procurement targets and determine what types of organic waste products we would like to procure. However, AB 1985 was signed into law in September of 2021, and that is giving jurisdictions an additional 2 years to comply with the procurement requirements. We're assessing our current collection programs, and we're determining what needs to be expanded or changed. We've been meeting with Recology to learn about what services they can provide for the county and make sure we comply with SB 1383. So through updated franchise agreements and amendments, we're going to ensure the required curbside collection infrastructure is sourced, and then we're going to take what we learned from Recology and apply it to our other haulers, Humboldt Sanitation and Tom's Trash. We're working with a consultant to renegotiate our franchise agreements, and they're going to be helping us identify compliance gaps, make sure that requirements are met. And this is going to involve a rate adjustment to support the new collection and recycling requirements and to fund a food recovery network. And that's going to come before the board also in a few months. Perhaps most importantly, we're working with Humboldt Waste Management Authority to develop a facility to pre-process organic waste locally. Last month, you signed a letter of interest and support for HWMA to lead regionalization of organics pre-processing. This crucial step will guarantee flow control of organics to HWMA and is the path to compliance. So once food waste processing is permitted and the necessary infrastructure and equipment is in place, food waste is going to be delivered to HWMA for pre-processing, and then it's going to be trucked out of the county for composting while we simultaneously evaluate long-term composting options within the county. So there is no current facility in the county that can provide this service of food waste recycling to the entire region. But once HWMA has the infrastructure and permit in place, the food waste is going to be collected at the curb or self-hauled to Hawthorne Street, HWMA, for pre-processing. And pre-processing is a necessary step in organic waste collection. It provides a location for the collection trucks to offload the materials to be prepared for transport to a composting facility. Pre-processing can also screen out contamination and create a higher quality material. West Green has a contract to receive green waste until 2027. Therefore, pre-processing at HWMA is going to include separating organic waste and green waste. So they cannot go to the same facility because they have different permitting requirements. So HWMA is going to continue to transfer green waste to West Green and separate and transfer the food waste to an out-of-county facility for processing and recycling. So HWMA is going to be issuing an RFP to locate the most cost-effective and appropriate location to receive our organic waste for the short term. And the regional planning group is striving for a long-term plan to process organic waste within the county. But the siting and permitting of a facility can take up to 5 years. So I want to wrap up here and just kind of talk about the next steps. As I mentioned, HWMA, they may need to revise their joint powers agreement, which would require from the approval from the board. So you'll be seeing that, you might be seeing that coming up before you soon. We're renegotiating our franchise agreements with our haulers to make them compatible with SB 1383. We're going to need guidance from the board eventually on whether or not you recommend that we revise our existing franchise agreements to include the areas that require service but are outside of our existing franchises. And the alternative to that would be a permit system. So that's something to think about. We're going to be leading the onboarding of a regional edible food recovery program manager position. This is a top priority. We're cleaning up our county code language around enforcement. We'll be bringing it back before the board very soon. And we need to identify how we'll meet our procurement targets. In addition, state law does allow for small-scale community composting operations. So, and these are like 100 cubic yards on site at one time, which don't require permits. So we're investigating options for sites that might be available to accommodate this option as well. So we do have the short-term steps pretty close to being figured out. However, in the long term, we really need to be thinking about how to create capacity to process our food waste locally instead of trucking it out of the county indefinitely. So staff does recommend developing a compost facility within Humboldt County in the long term. And this is especially true considering the impacts we're going to see from the increased population due to growth at Cal Poly Humboldt and wind energy development. And it will also be very important for us to partner with Nordic Aquafarms to assist in diverting their organic waste materials as well. So those are the steps that we are taking to show Cal Recycle our progress towards implementation. And thank you for your attention and time.
That's a lot of information. Thank you. Anyone have any questions? It was pretty thorough. Yes.
No, thank you for the presentation and clarification. It's going to be interesting to see how it transpires.
Supervisor Madrone?
Thank you, Jen, and also Tom and staff on this, as well as, you know, our providers with Recology and also Humboldt Sanitation. And I see we've got our interim executive director here in the audience as well. If there are any questions, any other details. This has been quite a fast-paced and yet should have happened a long time ago situation, right? But we're doing our best and we're gaining steam on all of this. But I really appreciate the presentation in terms of the long-term goals. You know, that ideally we wouldn't be trucking any of this out of the county. We'd be mingling it with fish waste and other things that are produced locally and create a fertilizer product. So if we're going to export anything, it should be value added, you know, so that, and or utilizing those products locally on all our parks and other properties. So that's all great. I appreciate that there is a waiver. I guess it's a 5-year waiver in the cities, whereas as Tom said, in the county, it would be a permanent waiver for areas that have a population of 75 people or less in a square mile.
Yes, for the county, it's based on the census tract. For cities, it's based on the population of the city itself. And I believe Riodale, Ferndale, and Trinidad and Blue Lake all have that 5-year automatic waiver. But there's multiple waivers. There's the waiver from the program itself, and then there's waivers for specific businesses under different criteria. So we have to be clear when we talk waivers that it's not just one waiver. There's multiple waivers upon waivers within the program.
Absolutely.
Some waivers are provided by by the state, and then others can be given by the jurisdiction.
Great. No, I appreciate that. As a long-time composter, I produce about 100 bags of soil out of my compost system every year, but I've got 6 acres. I've got about an acre of lawn. My grandkids make fun of me, you know, and I say, you know, I'm gathering up worm food basically here when I'm mowing, along with our orchard leaves, things like that, and the kitchen waste, which is what really attracts the worms into your compost, is that kitchen organic waste that goes into the piles. And I haven't had any varmint problems, frankly, because of the way I manage it. I put a steel grate kind of over the top of it when I turn it, and the only pile they want to get into is the fresh pile. You know, a lot of people in composting don't understand that when you're throwing new stuff into your compost bin every day, it never really finishes, right? So if you can create a 2-bin or 3-bin system so that new stuff's only going in bin number 1, then you produce really fine soil product pretty quickly. In a couple of months, you can produce a significant product. I haven't had problems with rats, coons, or bears, frankly speaking. You know, we've talked about this a lot at HWMA, you know, that we really do not want to penalize those folks that are composting, because there is no more cost-effective way to handle all this waste than to do it right at home. But some people, you know, in close, densely populated areas, it becomes far more difficult, especially apartments or all kinds of other places like that. But there can still be community systems that can be developed even in urban areas if they're managed properly. You know, the anaerobic, the problem is the anaerobic, right? But in a home composting system, it's aerobic. You know, so we're not producing the methane gas in the compost, and we're just breaking the material down into soil. And there is some release of gases, I suspect, from that process, but because it's aerobic, which means with oxygen, versus anaerobic, which is without oxygen, it can be done really well. And I really want to reward those people who are handling their waste right at their own home somehow or another. And this is going to get complicated at some level in regards to the requirements. And, you know, if you got somebody that's composting and then they're also being charged for waste they're not even putting out there, that's a disincentive to people to compost. And we certainly don't want to go there. And I know you all are aware of this. We are certainly aware of it at HWMA and trying to figure out how to make that all work while meeting state requirements and things like that. You know, I appreciate there's going to be a 3-bin system. And, you know, I get a lot of calls from people, I don't know about the other board members, that wish there were smaller bins, you know, because one person in the household, or they recycle so much, including their green waste and their organic waste composted, that they just don't have a full bin of the smallest size available. It might be a third full, you know, but they're paying the full price for the bigger one. And I get a lot of calls from people feeling like they wish there were some better options in terms of size. And I'm assuming that we'll go over that when we go into what you said. We're going to be looking at provider agreements and how everything's going to work with this new thing. But I hope that we're able to look at things like that too, you know, size of bins and incentivizing people to recycle and have smaller garbage bins, right? And providing that option for people. The other one is animal-proof containers. You know, it's like the bears in the rural areas, and the coons, they figured out pretty quickly, oh, this bin has got the goodies in it, right? And, you know, even if you put it out early in the morning, it can still be a problem. It's the overnight stuff that gets problematic, but I see people doing all kinds of things to kind of add latches to the bins to try and make them bear-proof, which is pretty difficult. You can make them coon-proof pretty easy. But just, you know, I think thinking about that stuff, I know it could be really problematic when you're coming to pick it up and the thing's latched, right? Because it's been mechanized, so you want to be able to reach out with the machine and lift it and dump it. But I think when we're looking at the renewal of all this stuff, I'd love to look at that a little bit more. We're certainly talking about this kind of stuff at HWMA as well. But in general, kudos for helping us move forward and comply with the laws. So thank you.
All right, I think we're going to go to public comment. I do know that we have one hand up online, but we'll go to those. I'm getting a head shake. Okay, so anyone in the public wish to comment? Doesn't look like it. So we'll go to the hand online, 7454. Just press *6.
Well, my understanding, all the critters are really happy. I think it's Arcata that initiated their thing, and yeah, they find the right one, and they've been tipping them over and helping themselves. I'm going to talk trash about Cal Recycle. I've never seen an organization throw the community that likes to recycle under the bus the way they have. Shutting us down on cans, shutting us down on the whole thing during COVID, not doing their thing and refunding the money. A whole bunch of people that used to like to recycle got a bad real taste in their mouth when they had 10 great big garbage bags of recycling that they couldn't take anywhere. And now it sounds like this is an unfunded mandate. I mean, are they offering to help with these costs somehow? I don't know. I strongly support going after all the waivers you can. Waive on forever here. And people wonder why people are leaving California in droves. It's just layer after layer of this stuff. Like I say, I've been a recycler like Supervisor Madrone. We know how to recycle. In fact, I actually have a couple acres, and I mow it with my 4-in-1 bucket on my backhoe, and I've got a really nice big pile of grass on, and my pile that's probably 10 years old, probably 15 feet high now. But anyway, back to the logic thing here. These things are ridiculous as far as I'm concerned. Let everybody have a pig in their backyard. I mean, that's how they do it in other areas. That pig will recycle everything for you. I guess we need a really big pig ranch around, and I guess the worm guy does a good job in Arcata. But those innovative ideas are how you recycle. But I really strongly support you enabling the individuals, as you brought up here in the dais, who do want to recycle, not to be penalized, not to be forced. And we can self-certify roads for the pot industry or the cannabis industry out there, why can't we self-certify that we're composting our own stuff? Somebody needs to speak up again, I hope, for the rural people. And I really have a problem because it sounds like Humboldt Waste Management Authority is not going to reopen its recycling. Instead, they're going to have to do this. So that's a big problem for a lot of us who still would like to be able to get rid of our metal items and things like that as we were prior. So, Stephen, Madrone, if you have a Supervisor Madrone, if you have a chance, put that into Humboldt Waste Management Authority. Maybe they can put that back in for us so we can recycle other things that are ending up out in the bushes in the bay. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you. We'll go back to the board. Would someone like to make a motion to receive and file the presentation?
I will make the motion to receive and file the report and thank staff on that.
Thank you.
And it was full of really amazing and quite daunting information. And yeah, we're just going to have to work hard to implement this where we can.
Okay, so that was a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Yes, Director.
Yeah, I just want to add, closing this out, we are looking to waivers for self-composting. We are looking into that. And the caller brought up non-funded. In the state's opinion, we can raise rates so they consider it, they don't consider it an unfunded mandate, even though it's estimated to cost about $20 billion for the state, for all the jurisdictions to do this. So with that, there are new things coming out, new technology coming out for residential houses, in-house composters that go right on your counter that can compost within 24 hours. There's a lot of things coming out that a lot of people can and should be able to take care of this without having to have an extra container at their house. But things are working out, and frankly, we're right where almost everybody else in the state is in implementing this right now. There's only a few agencies that actually have collection, and with supply chain issues, it may be 2025 before we can get the equipment we need to do any collection. Thank you.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yeah, and I understand that they're still talking with the Little Hoover Commission and with the Cal Recycle, actually putting the numbers down to actually seeing, going to our larger rural counties, which were considered a few, the cost of picking this up environmentally far exceeds the benefit of picking it up. So there's a lot of these areas that are going to hopefully somebody's going to wake up and, you know, and so the urban areas, or what we consider urban around here, will be able to be fully collected and financially able, because you know, I still think garbage is a pretty good deal, but considering they pick it up in the morning and I never have to see it again. But at the end of the day, it's getting to the point, you know, I appreciate that, because the food waste, I eat everything, so I don't have much food waste, so.
All right, Supervisor Bushnell?
Through the chair, thank you. I was wondering, could you email the presentation? Sure. It's a lot to digest, and so I would like to look at it. Thank you.
Digest, was that a pun?
All right, I think we're...
Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Madrone.
Yeah, I know this is not the appropriate time to talk about this because it's not on the agenda, but it would be nice to get a CRV recycling report, maybe to come back to us and discuss that more, both with the county and Humboldt Waste Management. But also just in general to talk about our larger garbage collection and the outlying areas that have transfer stations and different things. So I don't want to talk about it here today, but I'd love to have an agenda item come back and talk more about those things.
So that was not direction coming from the board?
No, it's just a suggestion from one board member.
All right. Okay. I think we're ready. The vote tab is...
Thank you.
All right, thank you for waiting around for so long today. And Jenny, nice to see you. I didn't realize you left where you floated to a new place. So, so we'll go to closed session now. I'd like to ask County Council to brief us on closed session.
Thank you, Chair Bass. It is the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to California Government Code Section 54956.9D1 in order to discuss existing litigation in the case of Lindsay Idler versus County of Humboldt, Humboldt County Superior Court Case number CV 2201675.
All right, thank you. So there's no one here to speak on this item. I'll go to the phone. We have 7454.
Hello. In all these things, you really need to work on risk management on these things. Preventive things are really important. I think maybe you can learn from some other people's mistakes when you go over these things as far as risk management. As far as I can tell, another entity, the city of Arcata, has not done the risk management that hopefully you'll be doing in closed session. And because of that, it appears that they've had more payouts for their legal expenses and payouts in 1 year than they had in the prior 20 years, and probably 30 years worth of them. And so you wish to avoid that. So you have a litigation thing. We never do know what they're about. But again, settle these things out and avoid that, because your insurance rates, of course, go up when you have claims against you. And I think I got a few figures as far as your deductible and you belong to a fund. But your insurance rates go up if those large payouts out happen. You want to avoid those $3.9 million payouts, the same as the city of Arcata had, which is one large one. I think 1.6 million is what they had for the prior 10 years. So avoid that. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on closed session. We're back then at what time?
We have an item at 2:30, so I suspect you'll be back at 2:30. All right. We'll go to closed session. Thank you, everyone, for coming back at 2:30. Do we have a report out of closed session, or we are missing our attorney?
We appear to be missing our attorney, but I do believe there is nothing to report out of closed session.
Well, when he comes back, he can
confirm.
Right. Oh. So we'll go to our final item of the day, our time set, and I'll turn this over to Supervisor Bohn to introduce our special guest.
Chair Bass, council has arrived and there is a report out. So
Okay.
if we could do that report out real fast. It'll take 30 seconds.
Yes, County Council.
With regard to item L2, the board voted unanimously to authorize the risk manager to enter into an agreement with the Mitchell Law Firm for defense of the case of Lindsay Idler versus County of Humboldt, Humboldt County Superior Court case number CV 2201675.
All right, thank you. So, welcome back, Pat.
I appreciate our executive director from RCRC. I've been on the board there for a little over 10 years. Pat's the second executive director I've got to work with or for. And he likes to come up, he likes to touch into all of his counties once or twice, every few years. And I think we've been fortunate enough to have him up here twice. So he'd like to report to the board everything RCRC.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn, and thank you, Chair Bass and members, for having me here today. And as Supervisor Bohn indicates, what the value to me is to hear your questions on what's on your minds. I'm hoping you'll stop me anywhere along throughout the presentation and ask questions, or like I say, provide some feedback. And what I'm going to do is talk a little bit about RCRC's priorities this year and a little bit more about our affiliate entities. If you can pull the presentation up, they're working on it. Okay, thank you. And then hopefully, excellent. So starting with this first slide, this is the board-approved strategic plan and gives you a snapshot of what's in it. And I think that there hopefully aren't any surprises to see things like broadband or housing, forest health, wildfire, water resiliency, topics like that are in there. I do want to thank Supervisor Bohn. You've been on the executive committee helping implement this over the last year, and so Humboldt County goes above and beyond in terms of Supervisor Bohn's participation. So I want to thank him and you for that. And then I want to draw your attention to the box on the right side, because what makes RCRC a little bit unique, I think, is that we're not only focused on advocacy, but also we seek to be an innovative service provider. And that's really what I'll talk about when I get into those affiliate entities, where we're trying to come in and help small counties and provide some economies of scale when we do so. But advocacy is certainly the cornerstone of what we do at RCRC and long has been. And this slide gives you a sense of the policy areas that we're focused on. And again, hopefully there aren't any surprises here to see forest health and water and broadband. housing capacity. But one I want to draw your attention to is that the last bullet, the PUC, California Public Utilities Commission, we've really tried to put some focused attention there over the last couple of years, and I think the team has become very adept at working with an agency that some might describe as Byzantine in terms of how challenging it can be to navigate their procedures. They're unlike other regulatory agencies, but we've got that contact and that relationship now. In fact, Supervisor Bohn again went above and beyond hosting a CPUC commissioner here not too long ago, and on a Sunday nonetheless, if I remember correctly, taking Commissioner Houck for a tour and familiarizing her with Humboldt County. So appreciate your willingness to do that, and why that's important. Yes, well, thank you for that. And why that's important is that utilities, power, electricity, the grid, et cetera, are all regulated by CPUC, as is broadband. So it's important that we do that. And then the last thing on this slide to point out are those 3 ad hoc committees, and that gives you a sense of where our board was focused over the last year. And I think of those 3, the cannabis one is just about to finish their work, or did finish their work, and water resiliency is just about to finish their work. And so the way we're set up is that we can each year potentially have a few ad hocs to focus and drill down in on topics of interest. So that's advocacy. And then I want to talk a little bit about our affiliates. Golden State Finance Authority is a joint powers agency made up of all 40, I should have said at the start, RCRC is made up of 40 counties, and GSFA is also made up of those same 40 counties. And really what GSFA seeks to do is help people thrive and live in their communities, and that takes a number of forms. One of the ones that has long been there is down payment assistance. And so if you're an individual trying to buy a home in Humboldt County and you need some assistance to do so, there's 2 ways you can do it under a government-backed loan mortgage. One is you can get those funds from a friend, and the other is you can get it from a governmental housing entity. And GSFA is that governmental housing entity that provides that assistance. And more recently, our board launched the program on the right, which is meant to help county employees in particular purchase homes, because the board recognized that we have had really in many counties high vacancy rates, higher than the historic norms are for county employees. Some counties are reporting 20, 30, in some cases 40% vacancy rates. And going back to my CEO days, if we got up close to 10, I began to get nervous. And so hearing these sort of numbers, the board said we need to try to use our resources to do something specific, and Assist to Own was launched. And you can see over the course of the last 6 months, the counties that have had employees purchase through that program. Housing is a big part of GSFA, but the GSFA also launched the broadband effort to bring broadband to individuals in our communities. And then energy retrofitting financing is another thing they do for our communities. And you can see that 91 individuals have received financial assistance through GSFA in Humboldt County. National Home Buyers Fund does the same sort of work, just does it on a national level. And we, by doing that, we get some partnerships with other state organizations that help us locally as well. Golden State Connect Authority, or GSCA, is our newest joint powers agency, again made up of the same 40 counties, and it is wholly focused on broadband deployment and began with 3 areas. One was to make sure every county had a broadband strategic plan. Humboldt County is a little ahead of the game because you have Cal Poly Humboldt and Connie Stewart in your backyard, so you are a little bit further ahead than some of the other counties, but our goal was to make sure all counties got to that same place. Secondly was to provide technical assistance, so if a county is ready to do a project right now but wants to, say, get a peer review, we have technical experts from both in-state and out-of-state under contract to be able to help them with that. But third was to actually deploy broadband where private providers are either unwilling or unable to do so. So that's the 3 phases of work for GSCA, and it's happening at the same time that a significant amount of funding is flowing as a result of SB 156. And that legislation authorized funding to flow through the CPUC and then out to local agencies for deployment. The first tranche of funding is known as the Local Agency Technical Assistance Funds, and there was about $45 million available. $42 million as of the last report had already been applied for, and more than half of that is going out to GSCA rural counties. And so our goal was to put rural counties out in the front, and we have successfully done that. Now we actually have to do the work. And the work includes completing engineering for parts of counties where broadband isn't already there. And the reason that's important is the next tranche of funding, which is the big tranche, will be for actual construction. So if we can get the engineering done, then our member counties will be well positioned to pull that big wave of money down to actually put fiber in the ground. Now, they may do it in partnership with a private provider. They may have their own utility they're going to use, but in many cases, they may look to GSCA. And the next step will be for GSCA to actually own and operate a open access, municipally owned system. And think of it like an airport, where GSCA would own the fiber, or the airport, and then private airlines come in and land, the same would be true of the fiber, which is private ISPs would actually deliver the service to the home using that publicly owned infrastructure. And so over the next 12 months, all that's gonna, the funding is already there. We're already in contract to do the engineering. The next step, once that happens, will be to actually go out and secure the funding to actually construct fiber, and we anticipate that happening in the next 12 months.
Is there a reason why Humboldt's white?
That's because of your partnership with Cal Poly Humboldt, as I understand. Supervisor Bohn may have a little more info.
We have such a robust system already.
Well, we've got a relationship with the tribes who we've assisted, and through Connie Stewart, Cal Poly, and Connect 299 and all the projects, 96, all those projects have been coming through Connie, and I've been, I think, the broadband person here for 6 years now with Connie, and Connie works with Barbara, who is the economic director and kind of the steamrolling the GSCA at RCRC. They work hand in hand in this, but we were so far along, we didn't need the assistance because it wasn't because we didn't want it. It was just other counties could use that power, and we already had a pretty good force working with the cable landings, with the cloud storage, everything else we had going for us. So that was, I'm always, a good question, because I'm always embarrassed when I look up there, why are we the only one? But anyway, that's why.
Yeah, I know there were intentional conversations with Connie, and so it wasn't like it just didn't happen. It was intentional. I mentioned getting all of our counties to have broadband strategic plans, and we were successful in getting a little over a $3 million federal grant to do that. So initially, the idea was this would precede that engineering. Federal government moved a little slowly in getting it approved, so now we're essentially building 2 airplanes while we fly them. It makes it exciting. We'll certainly, I'm optimistic about we're going to get these planes landed here in the not too distant future, but a lot of that work is happening not in a linear way now, but at the same time and simultaneously. I also want to mention our Zero Electric Vehicle Initiative, and what we're seeing is, in addition to 16% of new car sales in California last month being electric vehicles, we're seeing a considerable amount of federal money flowing for electric vehicle infrastructure, and the concern is the rural counties will be left out of that if we're not, again, intentional about figuring a way to reach up and grab that money and make sure, particularly our smaller counties, can access it. So there's 3 phases to this initiative. First is to make sure the permit streamlining, which is already required by statute, that all of our counties are in compliance. Kudos to Humboldt, you're in the green, but as you can see, we have a number of counties that there's some work to be done. And we recognize that they may not have the resources to do it, so we're there to help them. In some cases, it's as simple as submitting the documentation so the state agency, GoBiz, knows that they're in compliance, but in other cases, they may need a model ordinance to do it, so we're helping them, and hopefully soon all of that will be green. The second phase is to do readiness plans for each jurisdiction, or at least regions of jurisdictions. And readiness plans will look at 2 elements. One is the grid ready? We know in some of our counties, the grid probably isn't even ready. So even if we had the EV infrastructure, the grid isn't in a position to support it. So we need to review that, develop some actionable strategies around that. Second is, okay, once that's done, where should EV infrastructure go? And the example I use is that if you have a garage attached to your home, then you're probably in a pretty good position when that time comes for EV infrastructure. But if you live in an apartment complex or multifamily housing, you may not have many options. And as 16% rising each month of new car sales are EV, that means an increasing proportion of the used car market will be EV. And that means if you live in that apartment complex, now you're going to have a smaller potential supply of vehicles because you can't take advantage of the EV used car fleet. So we need, from an economic development, from a workforce development perspective, be thinking about how do we make sure in our rural communities, our multifamily housing, other units have access to EV charging infrastructure. And if there's federal money flowing to potentially do that, that's what we want to grab. So the readiness plans look at the grid, look at where EV infrastructure should go, and make sure that our rural counties don't get left behind on this. It may be a while, obviously, before EV fleets are in the same way in rural counties that they are headed in the urban areas, but we know that the F-150 Lightning was sold out for several years, and I think the Chevy Silverado initial order sold out in 12 minutes, if I heard correctly. So we know even in the pickup world, it's coming, and so we want to make sure that our rural communities are prepared for that.
Is there a reason that the Bay Area and LA? Thank you. Is there a reason why the Bay Area and the LA metropolitan area are white? And
We're focused only on our members, so it's our
That's
member
right.
counties, yeah.
That's it, okay.
You know, it's an interesting slide, though, if you were to look at the legislature.
They're not rural,
It would be
right.
the inverse of that, right? The majority
Right.
of the legislatures would come from those, from
Right.
the areas not in color. And consequently, that's the challenge we face on an ongoing basis, is that inverse relationship between where we are and where the legislatures are. And so that, you've set me up for the next slide, which is Rural Alliance, which is a nonprofit entity that has existed for a long time, an RCRC affiliate, but has been dormant. Our board has said we need to bring that back to life, and we need it to focus on its original purpose, which was educational tours and academic research, out of recognition that our primarily urban legislature doesn't have great familiarity with rural community issues and what implementation of legislation and regulation, what those impacts are on the ground in rural communities. So RAI in 2023 is planning to do its initial educational tour and launch its initial academic research to help really support some of those policy areas that are part of the RCRC strategic plan. Two more, I promise. I appreciate you sticking around for a late afternoon meeting. Golden State Natural Resources is a nonprofit entity, one of our newest entities as well. And it was formed by the board, where GSFA really launched it, to address forest resiliency issues and to look at the challenges in terms of getting forest health projects done. And as GSNR evaluated that, one of the conclusions they reached early on was that not having an outlet for all of that biomass is an impediment to those forest health projects getting done. We know the U.S. Forest Service is issuing requests for proposals and not getting bids because that unmarketable biomass for those forest health projects, there's just not a place to take it. So GSNR has looked at, can we take that currently unmarketable biomass, turn it into a marketable commodity in the form of industrial pellet stock, potentially 2 sites, ship it by rail to a port in the Bay Area, and then ship it overseas as a replacement for coal for the EU countries, European countries, and Japan primarily. And initially, it looks like not only does it pencil out to do that, but also that the Forest Service is responding very positively to it because they see it as an opportunity to begin to get through this backlog of forest health projects that they have out there as well. So it's at a very formative stage. Our CEQA process was just initiated last month, and the next 6 months in particular are going to be telling, not only in terms of completing that CEQA process, but also in potentially putting together the financial partners needed to bring this project to fruition. We're hopeful that in mid-2023, we will have a CEQA document and we'll have financial partners put together. That takes a little bit of optimism to hope that that all comes together in that short of a time frame. But regardless, we are continuing in terms of full throttle in terms of hopefully bringing this project to fruition. Again, not because the interest is at the end of the day to be a pellet stock company, but rather that's the way that we see to be able to get these forest health projects happening on a landscape scale in the initial years. Supervisor Bohn, did you have?
And we've secured an agreement with the Forest Service for the next 20 years. I mean, that started back in 6 years ago. We were in Washington, D.C. with the Forest Service discussing this, and it has come to fruition now that we've got a 20-year agreement, so.
Absolutely. That master stewardship agreement is really something that is resonating across the biomass industry. When they see that happening, it makes us unique in California. The last affiliate entity I wanted to mention is Environmental Services Joint Powers Agency. This is a joint powers agency made up of 26 primarily smaller counties, and it really serves as a venue for them to come together to work through regulation associated with the waste management world. And I say venue because it provides them a place to all come together to really have an amplified voice with Cal Recycle, who for the most part is implementing those regulations, but also to receive technical assistance. So ESJPA contracts with technical assistance to help those smaller counties who may not have the staff resources to implement what are increasingly, I think they would say, burdensome regulations to implement. And so this provides them that venue to do it. It's grown by a few counties over the last couple of years, and they meet on a regular basis to do that work. And that's RCRC and our affiliate entities in a nutshell. Like I said, I'm happy to take any questions you may have or get any feedback you may have that I can carry back to the team back in Sacramento.
I just think it's great you were here because I don't, generally I don't know all the different programs. I think most of the other supervisors don't, except if you're intimately involved in it. So some of them I'd never heard of before. So.
Absolutely. Myself, having been in county land a long time, didn't fully understand the breadth and scope until I got there, and it's so impressive. And so having been a small county CAO and knowing the resources are there, part of what I enjoy doing is sharing that so we can get the multiplier effect going in terms of that productivity.
Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Chair. appreciate you being here, I really do. I know it's quite a ways out of the way, and very much appreciate Supervisor Bohn's work with RCRC and helping us as a county get all the resources we can get for so many things. So thank you, Supervisor Bohn. You know, the forest health fires issue is a big issue here in California, especially for the rural counties. And, you know, they say that fires start from 3 different causes, from lightning, from down power lines, and from cigarettes or chains sparking along the roadsides. PG&E needs to upgrade underground, do all kinds of things. That's the power line issue. It was very nice, again, Supervisor Bohn working with PG&E to be able to island Humboldt County by using our own local plant that could provide electricity to our community even when the grid goes down or something else. And again, kudos for that. But the one thing that we can actually do something about is the fire starts that happen along roadsides. But in order to accomplish that, we need a serious increase in crews. You know, the CCCs have money coming out of their ears right now, and the state is shutting down the old prison camps. We should be converting those prison camps to, you know, those work camps. We have one here in Humboldt, the Eel River Conservation Camp. We ought to be converting those into CCC camps and hiring more local youth and creating more crews, because our roads departments, the budgets, ever since Prop 13, 30-some years or whatever ago, we've been really hurting for funds for our roads. And if you've driven around Humboldt on the county roads, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. And so one of our biggest needs is to have more crews to be able to deal with that vegetation management along those roadsides and deal with it in a way to where we're not spreading invasive plants and other kinds of things. So I would very much love to see some focus on workforce development in regards to the fire and fuel stuff. Yes, ideally, when you're doing a roadside edge, it's nice to have that property owners or ranchers or others that might be adjacent to have the bigger project. Those bigger projects take years to permit and bring into play, whereas roadside veg, it's exempt. It's ready to go. We don't have to permit it. We just need the crews. So that's a big area of interest and need, I would say, for Humboldt and for all of our rural counties. The other one is biomass. It's absolutely a piece of the puzzle in trying to deal with all of the thinnings and everything else out there. And I just wanted to let you know that there's kind of two ways to handle that. One is the industrial model, which is important. For instance, out in Blue Lake Corbell, we have North Fork Lumber Company that opened up the old Simpson mill when it shut down. And they're milling Douglas lumber and doing an incredible job. It's all laser operated. It's really quite an operation. But by bringing all those logs to the mill, they end up with a lot of waste. So they are working with the Forest Service and the county with grant monies to look into putting a cogen plant in there, a biomass plant, simply to be able to handle all of their own waste, right? But when you go out into the forest and you start doing all this forest health work and all these thinnings in remote locations, once you carry that material more than about 20 or 30 miles, it's a reverse equation. It's a negative carbon footprint. You know, you burn more fossil fuels getting it somewhere than energy you get from burning it for electricity. So there's a whole lot of new systems coming online for mobile biomass conversion with these curtain burners, air curtain burners and other things that CAL FIRE and others are getting. And we've been using out in Willow Creek. We had a big snowdown disaster last year about this time that put a lot of fuel on the ground. And so being able to get more of those systems in place so that you can actually convert that biomass right there on site and produce electricity from it without having to haul it somewhere else. So there's some interesting developments happening in that. A lot of innovative stuff. So those are just a couple of thoughts I wanted to share with you. And it seems to me like those would be right down RCRC's alley, frankly. And I'm sure there's been many discussions, especially about workforce. I've been on a couple of calls where there's definitely a lot of talk in that arena. But
yeah. Well, it's good to have the message reinforced. And there was some specific language last year around wildfire risk reduction, workforce training, development, funding, et cetera. Yeah. But more is needed, no doubt. And secondly, I think that there's a suite of tools, right, that are going to be needed to address biomass, and your points are well taken. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Supervisor Bohn?
No, so thank you.
No, Pat, I get to see you every month. No, and some of the things, the nice thing about it, when we started this in the woods, and they came over and, just so you know, they came over and sent a team into Humboldt evaluate putting one of the pellet mills here, and did a pretty elaborate, we had quite a few meetings and things like that. We rated very high because we're able to put it on a ship here and make it here. So I would venture to think after we get Tuolumne and Lassen running, I imagine we're number 3 because I think we're running pretty close to a real strong second and a half.
Right.
So I think that's because it's one less time to put it on the rail. You get a certain amount of loss every time you move it. We actually have the facilities to load it. So I think we'll see that. Chip market is going up around 10 to 12% a year or more right now. The cost of getting those with the fuel costs, which are quickly dropping, so maybe that'll come back into realization. So all of this is exciting stuff that was started 6-7 years ago, just a talk about it, and now we're actually getting ready to contract to build the first facility. So it's big stuff. So, and we've got a team working on it, and so it's good stuff.
It's going to be an exciting year at RCRC between this and broadband.
Yeah, and I mean, the broadband has really taken off, and I think we're in a good position to handle all those rural areas. There's rural dollars, but without RCRC, and I know our staff is, Tracy, Stacy, Sarah, we're in constant contact with them. I know our CEO appreciates everything we've had. Our former CEO said she got a lot, that was her first call a lot of the times, because you understand what level we were talking at. So I'm pretty proud to serve the organization. So.
And Supervisor Bushnell, did you want to add anything?
I don't have much to add, just that, so I'm the alternate and I attend the meetings, and I've learned so much for a brand new supervisor. It's really been instrumental for me for knowledge for rural counties. And I appreciate the dedication that RCRC has to the counties that they serve and the dedication of the staff. So thank you, and thank you for today's presentation.
Well, thank you for those kind words. I'll carry it back to the team if that's okay, because it's always affirming to hear that. So
I would love that. They've been very helpful to me because I have a lot of questions, and so they've been amazing.
You guys are the new supervisors adjunct to CSAC.
So we don't have anyone here to talk under public comment, but we do have one hand up online. At least we did. My computer died by, I believe, 7454. Excuse me. All right, press *6 to unmute.
Yeah, I didn't want the speaker here to feel unappreciated by not having any audience, so I am chiming in. I'm really glad to see that the biomass is finally, hopefully, no longer branded as being not renewable energy. I mean, it's been a source that, we've benefited historically here. Our mills were all run on it for years. They each had their own. Really glad to hear that the Schmidbauers out there are considering putting that in out there, and strongly support, like Steve Madrone, about everything you said there. I'll just go ahead and lump it all into one thing, everything you said there regarding those policies go. So thank you for coming down and taking the time to speak here. And it's important that the public hears from groups like you directly, just rather than secondhand and things. So thanks again.
Is that another call in? No. All right, there's no hands up left anymore, right? Well, at least you did have some audience. So we have a motion to approve the presentation. Not like we can make you undo it or anything, but.
I'll move.
Well, thank you.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Nikki, can I have a roll call vote since my computer died?
Absolutely. All right, we'll start with you. Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn? Yes. And Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 4-0.
All right. Well, thank you, and I think our work for the day is done, and we are adjourned. Yes, just one.